Looks like it's slowed down. Okay, so good evening, everybody. Welcome to the meeting of the CUSD Board of Education for July 30th, 2020, our first regularly scheduled board meeting of the 2020-2021 school year. So welcome. I'm going to go ahead and call us to order. Let's see, our first order of business tonight is our board agenda approval. So if I could get a couple of my board members to please move the agenda and second it.
I move to, please, Sylvia.
Go ahead.
Please go ahead, Sylvia.
I move to approve the agenda as stated.
Great. And Jerry seconds. Thank you. All right. All in favor of approving the agenda for this evening, please say aye.
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 And any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. So welcome, everybody. Okay, so the board is going to move on to our closed session. I will ask Leslie, do we have any public comments on closed session tonight?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, the board will be adjourning to closed session. We anticipate returning right around 6 o'clock or shortly thereafter. We will be with you then. Thank you very much. Adjourn to closed session. Okay. Fix my screen here. All right, so go ahead and call us back to open session. Welcome to everybody who's joined us while the board was gone to closed session. This is the meeting of the CUSD Board of Education for July 30th, 2020. The board, returning from closed session, has one item to report out. We did reach settlement agreement with student 04-23-20A. Moving on to communication. We do have members of our employee organizations here with us tonight. Welcome and thank you for being here. And I believe Kai Brown from our Cupertino Educators Association is going to speak.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Anyway, thank you very much, CUSD School Board, the Executive Cabinet, for letting me speak. Tonight, I'd like to be very hard. Both bargaining teams, both on the district side and our side, have been meeting on and off all summer long. And I know they've been doing lots of work, not just at the table, but off the table, trying to gather information, trying to make sure that when we start in distance learning, that we do so in a way that is beneficial to both our students as well as our teachers. And I know that right now that we have both presented information to each other, and I'm very optimistic that we are close and that perhaps in the coming weeks we'll have some series of MOUs signed. As we do so, we plan to have obviously our joint communications sent out to the district staff and our teachers, as well as CEA will have a town hall meeting to discuss what the different parts of the MOUs are. I also want to take this time to acknowledge all the hard work that our school board is doing. Thank you guys. I know that it's been a atypical summer, to say the least, and that you guys have been working hard just to try to understand the issues and to really balance the difficult issues of our time. So thank you guys, and I wish you a good night.
Thank you, Kai. You as well. All right, so moving us right along, I am going to go over our public comment guidelines here tonight, item 9, just to review with everyone. And so through the summer, as we've been, and frankly since March, since we switched into this sort of emergency remote world that we've been in, as we were getting used to these new meetings through this new Zoom format, and especially as we were having some of the special board meetings over the summer, we had been reading public comments that were submitted, as well as hearing people who wished to speak. And so with our new school year and the return to regularly scheduled board meetings, and as this will be our format going forward, we're going to switch back to more closely align, with our existing board policy, which is that if you are here to speak, we would love to hear from you. If you would like to submit a comment in writing, you may do that at any time through our board@cusdk8.org email address, or you may still use the public comment form to submit a public comment for the record, but it will be forwarded to the school board, not read out going forward. And I will remind us all of that as we get to items later on tonight as well. So again, we still want to hear from everybody. We very much are putting in lots of time as a board to read all the many emails and communications that are coming our way. So we very much value hearing from everybody. So moving on to consent, or actually, Leslie, do we have any items not on the agenda for public comment tonight? I should check in for that now.
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you. All right, so moving us on to consent, we need to take 10.1 on its own first. Can I get a motion and agenda, a motion and a second for 10.1, please?
I move to approve item 10.1.
Thank you, Jerry. And a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Tish. All right, motioned and seconded. All in favor of 10.1 on consent, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions? And then one recusal. So motion carries 4.0 with one recusing. So then the rest, 10.2 through 10.13. Can I get a motion and second for those, please?
Lori, I'd like to request to poll 10.6 through 10.12. I have a couple of requests, so if we could do a short discussion on that.
10.6 and
12. These are essentially the software services contracts. My requests apply to all of them, so I just thought I'd pull them as a block.
I'm sorry, I think I'm having a little trouble with my connection. You'd like to pull 10.6 through 10.12?
That's correct. They're all software and services,
Yes.
and so I like to just talk about them as a block.
Yeah, sorry, originally I thought I was hearing just the 10.6 and 10.12, so I totally understand now. Okay, so we need a motion and second for 10.2 through 10.5 and 10.13 first, please.
I'll
So
make a
moved.
motion for 10.2 to 10.5, then 10.13.
Okay, thank you, Satish moves. And a second, please.
A second.
Thank you, Sylvia. Okay, so all in favor of those on consent, please say aye.
Sorry, I just wanted to make a quick comment about the 10.5. It's not a discussion, but I just wanted to acknowledge the staff for putting together the Care Solace contract for our employees. We've talked about mental health so much for the students, but also for the staff. And so I was so happy to see this when I opened up the agenda last weekend. And so I just wanted to, big ups to the staff for including that.
Great. Okay. So all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. All right, so now, so Stacy, can we take these in a block or do we need to take them one at a time?
I'm not sure what, it may be, Jerry, if you want to ask your question and we can see if it is just an overall or if we do need to take them each separately.
Sure. Well, why don't I ask my questions and then I'll defer to you to decide what we do here. So at first, I just want to thank the staff for reaching out to sort of identify these services and software to help with the student learning. I think particularly since we're headed over to remote learning and we've talked about personalized education. And so I think technology component is an important part of that. So I certainly support these contracts. And so my request is, I found as I was reading through this, I didn't have a sort of the big picture of why we were doing this and not doing that and all that sort of thing, right? So for instance, a number of these were related to reading, but I didn't see anything around, say, math or some of these other topics. And that's just an example. So I guess I have, and I started thinking about wanting to understand better what the impact would be for our students. And so I guess I have 3 requests so my approval isn't contingent on these, but these are just requests. One is at some point, a couple of months down the line, I'd like to better understand the decision process for us deciding which what ed tech services we choose to use and which ones we don't. Are these top down, are these bottoms up? So just some I guess, briefing of the methodology. I'd like to also understand sort of the impact on the students. I noticed some of these were learning A to Z, so that probably wouldn't be for 8th graders. And some of these are making Google Slides, which are probably for some of the older kids, just so in terms of the coverage across our 16, 17,000 students. And then lastly is I'm very interested in the teacher feedback on these in terms of if these were effective and what are the lessons learned. Because I'm good with trying everything once, but I like to sort of understand what we learn from this. And so these are just requests I like to tag to this, but certainly support the contracts going forward. Thank you.
And I think in just responding to that, all of these are contracts that we've had or used in the past. And so typically when we are looking at some of the new programs, we would run it through staff and let there be a pilot or a trial so that they have their ability to do some feedback and look at whether it's user friendly, whether it works for what they're looking for to provide a service. And then also, is it compatible with our current programs, if it's collecting the data that we need to have. So we really do go through all of that and continue to review. And so that's part of the process before we bring the contracts back, as we sit down and get feedback. Was it effective? Is it something that's worth the cost to continue for the year? So we do look at each of those and, continue to bring back. And I know given the times that we are now, we're continuing to look, are there some other apps or programs out there that could better service?
Right. Okay. No, that's great. It's great to know we've had some experience with this. And so I think to the extent we can get feedback, I'm particularly interested in sort of what percentage of our students do these apps serve? Is it 100% coverage? Just some sense of that, and then any sort of testimonials, positive or otherwise, from the teachers. I'd love to get some of that. But thank you, Stacy.
Just as an add-on to that, I think we all love to hear from teachers. So there might be a time when we could have teachers actually come to our board meeting and talk to us about these programs.
We could definitely do that.
Those are my comments and requests. Thanks, Lori.
All right, so are we okay to go ahead and move these at this point? Can I move them in a block, Stacy?
Yes.
Okay, so if I can get a motion and a second for 10.6 through 10.12, please.
I move to approve 10.6 through 10.12.
Great, thank you, Phyllis. In a second?
Awesome.
Okay, great. I heard Sylvia first, so I'm going to take Sylvia for the second. And all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, so moving us right along to item 11 for information and presentation. I'll check in with Leslie real quick. Do we have any public comments on this item? All right, I'm going to go ahead and go to Allison for the presentation, and then maybe I'll check back in on public comments. So Allison, if you're with us, welcome.
And just before Allison starts, just wanted to remind everyone that we're bringing today, this is the new template that came forward. So we've only had it in our possession about 10 days. So it does replace what we had used in the past as the LCAP, and will also be one of those areas that we really are able to address a lot of the questions that are coming up through our whole reopening of schools and distance learning. So I'm just keeping that in mind too, that this is a brand new template that we just recently seen.
Yeah, if that isn't a commentary on what the state is making us jump through as far as hoops go through right now, I don't know what is. So thank you, everybody, for your work on this. So please, Allison, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to provide a very quick update on the new requirements and let you know what our process is so that you could provide feedback if you have any that you'd like us to consider. And yes, we can go to the slides. And so our old LCAP process has been replaced by something with a new name, but still has the LCAP letters. So we can feel good about that, I guess. Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. And they published the draft template that I attached. We can keep going on the slides, but actually it hasn't been approved yet by the state. So if we can stay on that slide there with the tree in the hands, great. So we're actually waiting any day. They should be publishing the finalized template. So we expect some adjustments to the one that I attached there, but it can give you a sense of the kinds of things that we'll be doing. We won't be doing the regular LCAP, but we will be doing the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. And once we get that template, we need to quickly move through the process and have it adopted by September 30th. We also will have the component of the budget overview for parents that we used to have with the LCAP, but that so far we believe is still coming later in December. So we'll keep you posted on that, but we'll just know that we're moving quickly through it this year. And it's sort of in some ways a continuation of our work from last year because we never finished that LCAP. It was put on hold when the campus closures happened. And so a lot of the things in the template we had been talking about in our prior LCAP as we were gearing up to do it. So I think of it kind of as a continuation of that process and into this new process where we'll be indicating our plan for making sure that our students and families are getting what they need. Okay, we can keep going with the slides. Okay, so in the template, there are these 8 areas that we'll be addressing, and they're similar to the kinds of things we were addressing in the regular LCAP, stakeholder engagement process, how we will address distance learning, in-person learning in our phased plan, how we will address and identify learning loss in students, as well as paying attention to what we know is important in our strategic plan around whole child and mental health and social emotional well-being. We'll be asked to develop plans to be sure that we're keeping all students engaged and that we know what to do if students are having trouble engaging in any phase of learning. And it's also where we will document our plans to continue with student nutrition programs and how we'll be using funding to support students with needs. So we wanted to just lay out just an overview. We think we can move through this process, checking in with you along the way and making sure that we're getting a chance to hear from all of our stakeholder groups as identified in the plan. So we're thinking that we'll keep you posted along the way throughout August and September at the board meetings. In the September board meetings, we would be moving into that public hearing and adoption phase, and those need to be 2 different meetings. That's a requirement. We will touch base with our budget advisory team as a part of this. We think site meetings will be the best way to make sure that teachers and other school staff have input, as well as some student focus groups. We have our all management coming up with our principals and managers next week, so we'll have a chance to touch base then. And we're in the process of setting up meetings with our bargaining units to be sure that we're having those conversations as we always do in the regular LCAP season. And then we have our PAC-DLAC parent meeting set for September 1st. And that, of course, is in addition. We're continuing to have lots of other reopening feedback loops. So there's some crossover there where some of these topics are showing up in the advisory meeting, for example, or other stakeholder groups that we've really just been having ongoing conversations with. So this is really the same thing that was on the other slide, but just a different visual showing just the board process, how we can move through the board meetings to be sure that we hit that end of September deadline. So I just wanted to see if you had any clarifying questions or any feedback before we finalize our process.
All right, so we can open it up to clarifying questions. Does anybody want to kick us off? Sylvia, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Allison. I had a question about some of the parent feedback. I know in the old LCAP process, part of that process was going through it with school site council and PTA groups. And I see that with the new one, we're primarily looking at PAC-DLAC. Is there opportunity to still include those groups?
We can certainly expand that part of our plan, absolutely. We haven't, gotten all the information on the requirements for engagement, but that certainly is something we've always valued, so we can definitely check in with our principals about that and try to widen that scope there.
I think the other additional piece too is that we're going to continue to have our community town hall meetings throughout the fall here. So we'll be able to use some of that information that we gather at the town halls that will also be applied towards completing this plan as well.
Okay, Sylvia, are you good? You have another one?
Just a follow up for that. So I'm trying to remember, because the LCAP is the one that's for the district, and then there's one that's specific for the school sites, right? So with the new plan, is there also school site specific ones, or did they eliminate the school site specific ones in lieu of the new one?
Yeah, I don't think we know all of that information yet, but so far this is the requirement. So things are kind of coming out in chunks of information right now. So
Okay.
I'll keep you posted if I hear anything more about the school site plans.
Okay. I think, yeah, if there are school site plans, then I think I would heavily favor wanting more of that school site council and site specific PTA input. So.
Thank you.
So,
Great, Satish, I see you. Go ahead, please.
yeah. So a quick one, like, is there like an indicator, or how do you represent this data actually? Is there some standard format or something which they are given, or we have to create our own way of, because all this age looks a little bit of, they cannot have a common format anyway, right? Some of the, how do you measure and how do you represent and those things kind of, is there?
Mm-hmm. So there will be a template that we fill in through our service that we use through document tracking. That's the same one that we use for all the plans. But then what we choose to use for measuring student progress, that would be more of a local decision. So just like in LCAP, we would include indicators, things like our reading assessments, math assessments to measure our progress towards goals, or could be things like parent surveys, student surveys. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. I was looking for some, indicators, like actually the KPIs kind of like some. So,
yeah, that will be a part of this.
Okay, Jerry or Phyllis?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment. You may be surprised that I'm pretty opinionated on this. I think this is absurd. It feels, thank you, Allison, and your team for doing this, but it feels like the state is so busy taking away our money, making new provisions for us to figure out, all with a very short timeline. I agree with what Sylvia said about engaging PTAs and stuff, but this thing is due in September, right? So you don't have any time to do it. It just makes me cranky, and I think you guys are doing a great job, and I think the state is dumping on us. Thank you.
We appreciate that.
Plus one. Jerry, go ahead.
Thanks, Laurie. I'll just build on Phyllis's and Sylvia's comments here. I think, first of all, Allison, this looks very clean, and I appreciate. I actually feel a little bad. I felt like you've gotten really good at the old format. You were pulling all this information together, and now they feed you a new one. So hopefully, like you said, some of this information transfers over. So I appreciate and I agree with what Phyllis is saying. A lot of this, it seems, anyway, it's fine. Can't do anything about it. So we do it. But I want to build on Sylvia's question there about some of the parent engagement. So a question and a comment, I guess. Maybe I'll start with a comment first, which is right now on this timeline. So we engaged the PAC and the DLAC on September 1st. that would be after the rough draft has been done and it's been reviewed with the board. Have you thought about, would it be possible, for instance, to move this forward by a week or so, so that these parents that serve on PAC and DLAC can participate in the drafting of the plan, of the rough draft, rather than reviewing it after it's been done? I'll just throw that out there for you to kind of think about in terms of the timeline, because it seems to, right now, if I look at the graph, it falls on the sort of the gray part of the timeline rather than the blue part. So that's one comment. The question is, I wanted to better understand, under public hearings, it talks about reviews and comments by members of the public. So could you, insofar as you have, talk about how you see that working? Is that, we obviously aren't going to be traveling doing roadshows, so is it going to be up on the web and people are asked to type in comments? For Stacy or Allison, if you could comment a bit about how you see that playing out.
Yeah, I don't think we've determined exactly how that will work yet, but we do have some good practice under our belt with having town halls and virtual board meetings. So as long as we capture the full record of comments and then can provide responses as needed or as required, that's how it worked with LCAP. We would collect questions for the superintendent and then respond back. So I think once we know more specifically, once it's finalized and they tell us more about the specific requirements, we'll determine what that is. The purpose of it really is to make sure that we're hearing all of those comments before we finalize, so that we can make revisions between the hearing and the adoption if we need to do that. So that will be our priority, making sure we're casting that net as wide as we can and then reflecting on it in order to finalize.
Yeah, okay. No, I think that sounds reasonable. I know, really like the fact that y'all are doing these town halls every week or every other week or something like that. And certainly it's an opportunity to advertise this. I mean, I don't like the paperwork, but what I did appreciate in reading through the template is it asks certain questions, right? It's asking about connectivity. It's asking about meals and how we serve, how we determine sort of learning progress and all that. And so I think it actually would help folks to sort of get a better sense of all the different kind of factors we have to consider in putting together a plan for everyone. So that part of it I liked. I just didn't like them having to Phyllis's point, it's busy work. But anyway, okay. So that's it. That's my comment and question. Thank you.
Yep,
Thanks,
great. Okay, and I also have one request and one, I guess, question to follow the request. The request would be, I know there are some small, very small pots of money, SB 117 from the state, and I think there's I don't remember if it's got 2 S's or 3 S's and an ESSR funds, and then the CARES Act funds, again, which we'll see very little of. But I know that some of that is specifically tied to learning loss. And so I guess I'd like maybe in a Friday memo or something, just kind of a tally of what we know about what we may or may not be receiving. And then I guess my question is, do we think we're going to know with clarity about those funds in order to actually show and put them to use here in this document? And I guess more specifically, maybe my question is regarding learning loss. I know we spent a lot of time, or our teams did spend a lot of time sort of figuring out who those kiddos were that were maybe not engaging and potentially could have some learning loss going on, both at the elementaries and at the middles. But I know we're also going to be doing some, immediate assessments in that first couple weeks of school. So is any of that going to be quick enough to inform, and will we know about what funds we might have to support the learning loss piece?
Yeah, I think a lot of those pieces are still the unknown. We don't know exactly when we're going to get the funds. We continue whenever we have that opportunity. We've applied for a couple of other areas as well. So we will build that into the plan, as we've identified what the students need. And then as money comes in, we can continue to adjust. But I think the plan really is to identify how are we going to address those students. We're not getting a lot of money coming in. So, our plan really is what we're capable of doing now. And then if we can expand, but we have some thoughts and process of how to make sure that we are identifying and assessing the students based on what we do have.
Okay. All right. Anybody else on this one? And Allison, is there or Stacy, is there anything else you need from us on this item?
Not tonight.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And for all of the work as well that's going into this process. All right, so moving us along, I got to flip back to my agenda here. Next we go to discussion item 12. Oh, sorry, Leslie, we still had no public comments on the new LCAP.
That is correct.
Thank you. All right, and then for item 12, discussion, our board office hours. Let's see here, who is up for that? So Stacy.
So I wanted to bring this forward. I know Sylvia had brought it up 2 board meetings just to see if there's an appetite and interest for you as board members to have another opportunity to engage the community. We have done this in the past where we set up board hours. It was 2 board members at a time for about 1 hour. It was actually set up prior to be at each school site. So we know that we've had very well attended town hall meetings. We know that there's definitely an interest to hear from our parents, and this would just be another opportunity for you as board members outside the regular board meeting to hear from the community. It wouldn't be someplace where you're making decisions, but it really would be gathering input. And somewhat a proposal to think about is, because we are committed to doing town hall meetings after every board meeting, is maybe doing a board office hours on the alternating week. So there's always an opportunity every week for parents to be heard and have input. They could still be for 1 hour in duration. We could do a mix of mornings and a late afternoon evening hours. Again, it would be 2 board members signing up for the availability to be there. And instead of doing school site specific, really just doing them as general so that a parent could jump onto the board office hours from any of the school sites. So that's one of the thoughts, to allow just that other opportunity for you, if you guys have a desire for that.
Okay, so let's see, shall we open it up, and I'll just go in the same order we just did. Sylvia, do you have anything on this one?
Yeah, I like the idea of doing it every other week on the off weeks that we're not, that you guys aren't doing the town hall. I know that when we did them in the past, or when the previous board had done them in the past, they weren't well attended, but I think we're in a different world right now, and I think there's a hunger for that. And I think for me as a board member, I want that connection too, because we can't go visit the classrooms anymore. We can't, visit the parents when we're picking up and dropping off anymore. And so I like that idea.
Okay, Satish.
Okay, so the idea is definitely good. Thanks, Sylvia, for bringing it up. But I think I want to make it a little bit more structured, right? So I think if you do not have the right, what is the objective and what are we going to ask, or what are we going to discuss, kind of thing. If you do not have a right content, well-defined content, I think either that can go out of completely, the context, or your attendance also, the interest also could come down. So the number of participants will start coming down. So just because we are having a meeting doesn't mean that everybody will let it, because I don't know how you can structure this. So you have to create a little bit, a structure around this, and what we are going to, or some you can't or are we expecting a random questions or random answers kind of things, or some specific topics which we'll be discussing, something like that. So I know that everything cannot be structured, but at least some good level of boundary we have to define. That would help if we are going to do this. Otherwise, this will become a little bit more chaotic rather than, helpful.
And so the purpose really would be just to collect the information from the community, if you're able to answer the questions, answering, but it really is bringing back then to the next board member board meeting to share with all members and share with staff. So if there's areas that we need to address or to be aware of, my guess is there will be a lot of conversation about reopening of schools and distance learning. And so it would just be another venue to collect input from the parents, and we could structure it as a Q&A, a collection. We could help monitor that if needed. We would have somebody on the Zoom meeting.
So let me understand this clearly. Like you're saying that you don't have a specific topic. It could be anything. Anyone can either provide a suggestion or feedback or questions. They can bring it, and we will just collect it or try to answer that. That's it. Right. So
that would be my recommendation, because I think if you limit it to one topic, people are probably still going to ask questions. It's their opportunity to reach out to you as board members. So probably very similar to the type of emails that you receive with questions or comments or concerns. It would just be an opportunity to actually hear from them via the Zoom.
Yeah, I'm open for this, but the frequency you guys decide. Is it too much every week? Like kind of because every other week we are having a board meeting anyway. So practically every week there is something. So do we need that, or once in a month kind of things, or which makes sense because we need the right number of participation. Otherwise, it will become more an overhead than the contribution.
And I think that part would be where you as a board members decide how often and frequent, because it is a commitment on your time. If we do 5 of them and there's 2 board members, each of you would probably do 2 of the meetings, and what is that commitment, whether it's a morning or evening, and determining the time. In the past, we'd had them in the morning, and that was built around the thought that as parents are dropping off their students to school, they're already on the campus, so they'd actually come and attend. But there's certainly nothing that's tied to having them at that exact same time, the 8:30 to 9:30. It just seemed like a convenient time when we did them before.
All right, Jerry, any thoughts on this one?
Sure. Yeah, no, I'm generally supportive of opportunities to meet with the community and the parents. I certainly understand what Satish is getting at in terms of having some kind of topic. I guess maybe one lesson we could learn from, if you look at the Cupertino City Council the last couple of years, a number of the council members have been holding these office hours. Now they do it with the city manager, and what they do is they don't necessarily have a topic, but they do have some prompts. These are the things we like to hear about. Doesn't prevent you from talking about anything else. And so I think perhaps one way to sort of, in between sort of the structured and unstructured, is we can certainly offer prompts, especially since we're going to be collecting feedback on the next board meeting. We could sort of, and I guess the next couple of months it's going to be the same 3 or 4 things, but later it might be a little bit different. We might do that, but just offer prompts as to these are the things you could ask about, and that'll help direct the input a little bit, but at the same time allows people to talk to us about anything they want. But otherwise, yeah, I'm certainly very supportive of more opportunities to meet with the public. So thanks.
Great. Okay. And I will just chime in and say I am in favor of this as well. I think for all of the reasons my colleagues have listed, it's important. I think given the magnitude of what's going on, both with the pandemic and the CAC and everything else right now for us, maybe it's doubly important. I like the idea of prompts a lot, and sort of then tasking each other with coming back with just themes. Maybe it's just a few sentences about themes that you heard about in response to prompts. So I could certainly see how that could be beneficial to us. I also, I can only speak for myself, but I am totally fine with, making these voluntary. I know some of us have, job commitments outside of board duties and things that take up a lot of time. And I want to be very sensitive to that. And so it doesn't need to be, in my opinion, it wouldn't need to be even Steven. It certainly can be, but it also doesn't have to be, is all I'm saying. I'm happy to do the same number as everybody else. I'm happy to take an extra 1 or 2 if that helps, space things out, as well. So happy to be flexible there. And I like the idea of mornings and evenings that was raised. I like the idea of having it be in the every other weeks. I think the only thing I haven't heard addressed yet is whether or not we would think that we need staff support or not. And I don't have a strong opinion either way there. I would be fine just reporting out common themes back to each other and staff. And I would also be fine having a, I don't think it has to necessarily be senior staff, but I would be fine having a staff member there to support as well. So I can go either way on that.
On that topic, I guess I see it as sort of a meet the community kind of thing. I know staff has a lot. I'm certainly happy if there was a staff support, but I think we can also do this. It's no different than just meeting neighbors for coffee. It's almost what I'm thinking. So love to have staff. Hate to add another thing on your list. So yeah, that's where I am on it. So. Yeah.
We would have a staff that would assist with the Zoom meeting as well. So we would have somebody that would be there available that could help with even the common, kind of the commentator. We could certainly do that.
Lori, can I chime in?
Yeah, please, Phyllis, go ahead.
I'm really supportive of this. I think I'm the only board member that did this the last time, and I really, really liked it. It was a great way to connect with the community. The disappointing part was because we did it school specific, the attendance was so low that sometimes we only had one person there. And that was great. I mean, it was nice to have an hour visit with one person, but it's not the most efficient use of time. So I think doing it this way with a Zoom meeting is great. I like the idea of every other week. I don't think it's necessary for a staff member to be there except for somebody to manage it, to manage the questions and stuff like Leslie and Pam do for our board meetings. So, and in terms of Lori's point about making it even, yeah, those of us who have more time do more, those of us who have less time do less. The one thing I think, though, it's important is that it's not the same two people all the time. I think it's nice to mix it up so that we tried to do that the last time and it was helpful so that the community hears from a different pair of people when they meet. So yeah, so I'm all for it. I say, let's do it.
Phyllis, I apologize. I missed my order there.
Oh, that's no worries. No worries.
Okay.
No.
And then it jumped into my head that the other thing maybe we haven't addressed is whether or not we would record these like the town hall or not. And I guess I don't have.
And recording.
Yes, you would?
Yes.
Okay. And then just make them available in a folder on the website kind of thing?
I don't know if I would record it. Only because I know that like when I've gone to sometimes these office hours in the past with like, sometimes you want to talk about your specific child and I don't know if that would be comfortable. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think I'm hesitant. Maybe I'm the only one.
And that might be an opportunity if you did have that someone on the Zoom meeting bring up that topic to give them the opportunity to, contact directly with a staff member. So you could redirect them and still have that be part of the conversation, but not go into specifics as far as an individual, but certainly redirect them as to, who could better assist them.
I think if we set out some, or maybe let me ask you, Sylvia, if we set out at the beginning of each meeting just the same bullet points we read every time, and maybe some of those bullet points are, if you have questions specific to your child, please feel free to reach out and we'll set up a time offline, or, I can help connect you with the right staff person, and then, maybe just letting people know that it is recorded. And I'm not sure what else would be in that list, but I'm sure we could generate an appropriate list of things to cover.
I think, I don't know. I don't, as a board member, I don't mind being recorded. I think if I'm a parent and I'm coming because I've got a particular, I don't know, whatever the concern is, with whatever is happening in my particular situation, I just want to talk to the board member about it. I think the way I picture board office hours is more like a meeting in a coffee shop. It's casual, right? So and the intention is to be a casual meetup. So I just wonder if recording it changes the tenor of the meeting.
I would remind, though, that you're likely to get 400 to 500 people attending one of these board office hours. And so to have an individual who does want to talk about their specific individual needs, that probably isn't the best venue, whether it's recorded or not recorded. You really would probably want to set up an alternative method for that person to have that conversation. Because again, the content of these meetings would be to talk about board policy, decision-making that's going on, what's occurring. And so I don't know that you'd want to get too tied up into, one specific individual who probably, we could better help on a one-on-one topic. That would be my consideration to keep in mind. The idea of it really is an opportunity for the community to share and have input. And so the more I think that's shared out across the entire district, the benefit for it.
Does anybody else have strong feelings on the recording?
I guess I probably come down on the side of I'm good with recording it. I think a lot of what Stacey said resonates with me, which is I meet with a lot of parents on some of the more specific cases, and I think that the thing I want to avoid is you're there in a group and you're listening to someone talk about their very specific situation. And because I see this sometimes in the past when we've had the superintendent board members come to the school and people are going to talk about that one case, everyone else is just really waiting for them to be done. So I don't know, Sylvia, maybe we could do something where we could let them know there's additional time to could meet with folks one-on-one. But I certainly understand your point that if I'm talking about something specific, I don't want it on the internet forever and ever. My child can, 10 years later see you talking about them on the internet. That's not good. But yeah, I think it's just this forum feels more to me to be more sort of talking about things of common interest. But yeah, it's my 2 cents. I don't feel very strongly about it either way. Either way is okay with me.
I would go on the side of recording as well, because no matter whether you do a morning or evening or whatever, there are going to be people who are not going to want to attend, and maybe people who don't even want to talk to us, but want to know what other people talk to us about. So I think for them to have the opportunity to go and hear it on or see it on a recording is appropriate.
So this is why I was talking about a little bit of structure, right? So I think coming back to that, I know I'm a process guy again. So what we can, what we cannot, kind of I'm not saying make hard, first and hard rules there around, but would help to, at least some kind of a format around that, right? That would definitely address, I think, this concern then. If you have, what is the expectation here, kind of, right? So that can be defined at least. Then there won't be an issue of recording or not recording.
And I think, Satish, your point is very good. I think setting the ground rules for what the meeting really is held for is really important, because I think it's important to let the public know that as the 2 board members attending these, the 2 board members are not going to be making any decisions. So, the topics here, we're here to gather information. We're bringing it back to our regular board meeting. So I think just some of those real simple ground rules will help set the tone of the meeting. For our town hall meetings, we actually do collect questions ahead of time, and then we lump them into common themes, and it seems there's usually about 3 to 4 themes that arise, and then that could help you as board members kind of focus on what those topics are, at least to be able to be prepared. These are the 4 topics that have come up the most common from these questions. I don't know if you want to go to that kind of a setup, or if you really do just want it available for parents and community to ask questions or share concerns and then bring that back.
Sorry. I think what I was picturing, I think what's coming out of the discussion, what I don't think I imagined was that the coffee, or what was that these office hours would be 400, 500 people. I assumed it would be like a small group. like a virtual coffee, right? So if I'm reframing what it's gonna look like, then it almost sounds like we're hosting our own town hall meeting, which is fine, right? But I guess that wasn't my intention. But if that's where we're headed, I mean, I'm okay with that too. I think that's good. But then it does make me think, I guess part of why I wanted it was to have that ability to have those small group discussions, but maybe this isn't the right venue for that. I don't know.
Well, the other possibility is to limit it to 10, 15 people. First 15 people get in, that's it. If you want to,
Sorry, Jerry.
Body language says it all.
But then I guess if we did some sort of, because I know, Stacy, when you and I were discussing, we were thinking, well, what if we did it site by site? Then it naturally limits it to that group of parents.
Right.
So, I mean, am I the only one that wants it? If I'm not, then I'm happy to cede to what, but what did the rest of you guys think?
So how did last time, so I think you brought it up, this was there on the previous board, right? So how did it go, and what kind of, I think Phyllis should be able to narrate a little bit there, like how was it, like, kind of. So we can take the good part of it, and what did not work, we can avoid, and we can see, we can restructure that, right?
Well, it was school specific, and we didn't openly encourage people to go to a different school if they couldn't go to the one where we were. We told them to go to their own school or to their middle school. It was an open agenda. There was no agenda. It was just whatever questions they had. We brought them back, as Stacy said. We brought them back here.
Yeah, I think one of the when we had shared this concept of office hours in the past, when we did 25 of them, and so it took about 3/4 of the school year to get through the 25 schools because they were spaced out. And so that was a thought of now of, if we're looking at offering this in the fall, of doing the smaller timeline and consolidating down to 5 meetings so that anyone could jump on with some pretty common topics. So going away from that school specific. So, to Sylvia's point, I know originally thinking having those smaller groups, but I foresee there being larger groups that do jump onto these calls. And then it's the other question too, when we were doing these in the past, we weren't doing these frequent town hall meetings. So there are a lot of venues right now that parents can share their comments or concerns or feedback. And maybe now isn't the right time. Maybe we need to start them a little bit later in the fall when if I'm going to say, if things ever slow down, maybe another time opportunity for them to happen.
I would go for a smaller group for sure, not necessarily one school. Maybe in this case, as you said, there is a challenge there to cover 25 schools. So we can probably three schools in one area or something like that. We can club together and do it. Maybe possible. So that will come down to 25 or 30 people at a time. And then we can finish everything in a shorter period as well, right? So, and if you are continuing with the town hall, right, like let's say, I don't know, hypothetically, if you are going to continue that would be a larger group and it's for everybody. And this will come more specific to some school or some sites or some issues or something like that, or similar, because not necessarily everybody in the west end to the east end, everybody may not have the same problem probably. So something which we can club together, that would be good. And make it smaller group. Just a thought on that.
If we stick with this model, of doing them every other week and just making them open for all, I think the other option and opportunity is going to be with our school assignments this year. Would presumably, if the principal copies are now going to be, some sort of online thing too, would be hooking up with the principals at your 5 sites to attend their coffees, or principal office hours or whatnot.
The other thing is you don't have to do them on all different days. If you were gonna have them school specific, you could do 2 or 3 in one day. So you could get through all the schools pretty quickly.
So maybe I'll just toss out a suggestion here, because I think, Phyllis was saying before, we haven't had much of an audience. I've been to one of those when there were 4 of us in the audience and none of us had any questions. That makes for a very awkward coffee when you're just kind of sitting there. And so now we're talking about we may have 400 or 500 people. I really don't know what we're going to get. So what if we sign up to do 1? Let's just commit to do 1. I don't care if it's recorded or not. 2 of us go and be guinea pigs and see what it looks like. We get 500 people, we get 5 people, and we can come back. Because I feel a little funny, like committing to 25 schools and all this without any data on exactly. I mean, Stacy and her staff are very charismatic, and maybe people don't want to talk to us, right? I don't know. So maybe let's just do a beta. Let's just do 1, and then let's come back and see how whoever went, come back and tell us how it went, and we can plan out the rest. We sign up for 1. So that helps about that.
I like that.
And I'm happy to let my fellow board members be the 2, if they like to be guinea pigs. I nominate Sylvia since she came up with the idea, but
Is there a second meeting for that? Is there a second meeting for that? I can do that.
Always happy to be the guinea pig.
Well, if we're looking at dates, our first first opportunity would be August 6th, which seems very soon. Would be next week. Our other date after the board meeting would be on August 20th. And our time, we were looking at an 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. or a 6 to 7 p.m. as the two alternative times. I don't know if there's a preference from the board on that August 20th. Sylvia, do you have a preference for which one you'd like us to set up time-wise?
I'm happy to join Sylvia in the guinea pig arena.
That's fine. You said 8:30 and then 6 o'clock?
6 to 7. But again,
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Do you have a preference for which time?
Well, my preference is evening, but let's start with morning.
Is it going to be the same format across? I prefer evening because that will be more participation from the parents. The 8:30, the class time also now, right? Like August 20th onwards, like August 13th onwards, there are classes. So probably, and the working parents and everybody probably love it. So 6 to 7.
And actually, if I
Maybe
could
we should start with
correct.
2 instead of with 1.
Sorry, if I could correct, on August 20th, that is our first CAC meeting in the evening. So if we did select that date, it would need to be probably a morning meeting.
I was just going to say, if maybe we should do 2 to start with instead of just 1, and do 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening and see. I don't know.
It's a good idea. Another variable to study. I'm for that.
I think we may actually have a public comment on this one. Am I understanding right, Leslie?
Yes, we do.
Okay, you guys want to take that and then we can
Sure.
come back to the discussion? Okay, so.
Okay, so if you'd raise your hand, Semele, I've called your name, Semele Heller, if you'd raise your hand. Oh, it's raised.
Hi, everybody. I think this is a wonderful idea, and I thank you for being open to doing this because I know that you're already spending a ton of time on your jobs as school board members. So the fact that you're willing to spend more time is amazing and awesome to me. I think that you might consider waiting until a little bit after school gets started to do this, because right now as a parent, I can tell you what I'm all hyped up about is the fact that my kid is going into 8th grade and I don't exactly know his schedule yet, and I don't really know how his classes are going to go, and I'm really curious about how his band is going to go. Like, I have so many questions about school getting started, and I know it's all coming. I'm not trying to say that I'm upset about any of that, but I think you're going to be completely overrun with all of us sort of fretting about this beginning of school stuff that is going to work itself out in the next few weeks, I trust. And, I think that it might not necessarily achieve the goals that you've stated if it's like really soon. You might be better off waiting a little bit. I would also suggest that for me personally, so I'm one of the ones who's like the 4 people in the audience who go to these things. And I will say that I personally, as a parent, found it to be helpful that these were school specific before. I don't think it's terrible if they're not school specific, but one of the things that I appreciate about CUSD is that our schools have, a fair amount of individual character, and in fact, even do things in different ways that are significantly different from one another in some cases, sometimes minor differences. And being able to talk as a group to a board member is helpful, because if you're in a meeting with people who go to 30 other schools, you feel kind of like a jerk if you make it all about your school. But if that's the point, that's kind of helpful to me as a parent. Just my thoughts. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you, Semele. And Leslie, do we have any others on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, so returning back over to my board members, anybody else have any other thoughts here?
I think Emily's point is well taken about school specific. I think the scheduling of it and the frequency are going to be hard to do. because when we did it before, we actually only saw every school kind of once during the school year, which doesn't seem like enough. So I think we'd have to work out what the scheduling would look like.
So if I could throw out, based on just what you guys have suggested, is perhaps we try two. We do one on August 20th at that 8:30 to 9:30, and we could do a second one on September 3rd and do that as a 6 to 7 p.m. And we could do them open to any members. They would be 1 hour in duration, and we could see how they go.
Sounds good. I like it.
And I will volunteer Renee to send you out a Google Sheet so you can sign up for those, and I'll have her get that out to you next week.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Stacy, say the dates again.
August 20th, 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. and September 3rd, 6 to 7 p.m. And those fall alternating from our board meetings.
And then we put something on the agenda to kind of circle back and see if we would prefer to change the format up at that point.
That's what I would recommend, yes. Yeah.
Does that sound okay with everybody?
Sounds great.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we need this to come back at all before we initiate those, or is direction to set those up for us enough?
Direction is enough, so we'll get that Google Sheet out to you guys. Thanks.
All right. Anything else on this item?
No.
Okay. So let's see. That puts us into item 13, discussion action. 13.1 is our board member school assignments. And Stacey, is that you again?
Yeah.
Okay.
So continuing on the format that was created last year, and we've heard positive feedback of having each of you board members take a small group of schools that you can really focus and concentrate on and not trying to cover all 25 schools. We kept the same format. Each of you would have a middle school. The 4 schools that were assigned, we're just rotating everything up once. So Lori, I believe your schools went down to Phyllis. Phyllis went to Sylvia. Sylvia to Satish to Jerry. And then Jerry's rotated up to you. So we just did a simple rotation and continuing the same format. Don't know if anyone had any other thoughts or if that seemed to work very well last year. I know that worked with our principals, having one board member assigned to each of their sites helped them create that engagement with you as well.
Yeah.
I just want to maybe, can I ask a question, Lori? Or?
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, thanks. I think I had these set of schools 2 years ago. So
Me too.
I remember meeting Allison and Carrie and Connie and Kit, and so names are coming back. So either I'm dreaming this or I've had them before. Oh, so if you had Phyllis, and maybe we could swap with that.
Yeah, mine are the same as I had 2 years ago as well.
Okay.
Mine too. I think,
Oh,
Stacy, just switch the names 2 up.
2 up.
So mine is Blue Hills. Mine should be Montclair.
Got it.
Do you
So
see?
mine is perfect. Like I not had the school, so I'm okay.
Oh,
I haven't had, I've had Hyde, and I've had the Hyde group and sorry. No, I'm confusing myself because I've been all over the place. I've had the Hyde group and the Miller group.
okay.
So if we're rotating 2, Lori, you would take
I
Blue
thought,
Hills.
yeah, I think I'm the Blue Hills group this year. That's what's I'm recollecting now that they raised that issue.
Okay. And then that would mean Phyllis, you would have Collins group.
I have not had Collins group. That's great.
Sylvia, you would have Montclair.
yeah.
Satish, you would have Muir.
No, I had that. I had that last year. So I think what I see, I don't know how you did that. All these 5 schools are new for me, so I'm okay, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's from the middle school perspective, Kennedy and Lawson I've covered already. So.
But Jerry's had Muir as well.
I've had Lawson and Kennedy, so I can.
Yeah, Lawson and Kennedy. I also, this year is Lawson for me. Last year was Kennedy for me. So Hyde is fine for me this year. or I can take any other middle, but high elementaries are concerned, it's all new for me, so it's okay. I'd been to Muir, Montclair, all those stuff. So I think I suggest you to probably look into one more time, like, and let's do a, like last time it was like that. I think we discussed offline and then brought it up rather than discussing here.
Okay, I'm confused.
Me too.
No, confused with my comment or confused with the schools?
No, I think there was maybe a swap in there somewhere.
Right.
Like,
I swapped with Sylvia last year, so.
Okay.
Oh, that's why it's out of sync.
So if we could pretend I'm Blue Hills and wait, yeah. Okay, I'm good with whatever you guys assign me. I don't want to add another cook in the kitchen here, so I'll go wait on the lit dining room.
Okay, I'm gonna have Renee sort it out because she'll know who had it 2 years ago.
Yeah, I prefer that, like, we can work offline and get this, and then. But I'm okay though, all this. Fine.
Yeah, the 5th year is when it's going to get hard. 3rd year should be easy. There are three out of 5.
All right. So, so we'll wait for Renee to circle with us, and we'll.
Yeah, because what I have would be Laura, you would do the Blue Hills, Phyllis would take Collins, Sylvia would take the Montclair group, Satish takes Muir, and Jerry, you would have the DeVargas group.
So I have Muir already. That's what it is. I think I don't know why it is coming back for me separate. Like, this Collins group, I did not have it all. I had Muir House, that group I've done. Okay, I've done Montclair group. I think I not done the current Phyllis group. That one I did not do. Whatever Phyllis is doing in this, I did not do it.
Phyllis, what if you and Satish switch? Satish, you take the Collins, and Phyllis, you take the Muir? Would that work?
Satish has Collins, Regnart, Garden Gate, and Faria. I could take that.
And I will take Phyllis's.
Yeah.
And
So
Satish,
Yeah, that's fine. I think whatever Phyllis.
Satish will take DeVargas and Stevens Creek.
Yeah.
yes.
I can take whatever was showing for Phyllis, that I can take.
Yeah, I have not had Satish's group. Collins, Regnart, Garden Gate, etc. I have not had that.
Then we can swap then.
Okay.
Do we just swap those?
Yep.
That would make it easiest.
It's good.
But I've had the Lawson group. Am I getting a different group?
Jerry, you've had my group. I was going to say I can swap or.
No, so the three of us, shift up by 2. So Lori, you would take my group.
Lori would still have Blue Hills.
Yeah. And then those two swap with each other.
Why don't we have Renee send us each
Yeah.
each
I agree.
a group, and we'll just as long as everybody has a new group, we'll be good to go. Yeah.
We're losing
Renee,
participants.
let her fix it.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. So let's see here. So moving us on to 13.2, reopening of schools. So I will just go over again, because I do know we have some public comments on this item, sort of what will happen here. So we're going to hear a presentation from staff. The board's going to ask some clarifying questions. We do know we have some public comments and some members of the community that would like to speak with us about this item. Right now we have about 18, but it may grow beyond that. So we'll wait till we get to public comment to decide how much time we're able to allot to each public comment. We announced at the beginning of the meeting that as we are starting this is our first regularly scheduled board meeting of the new 2021 school year. And so we're going back to what has been our public comment policy all along, sort of different from what we were in with this emergency remote and special board meetings we've been having over the summer, which is if you submit a public comment and you are here to speak, will hear your public comment out loud. If you are not here to speak, your public comment that you've submitted on your card or on through the submission form on the website will come to the board in its entirety so that we can read your comments. And if you would prefer, you can also always email us at board@cusdk8.org. We very much want to hear from our community. We read everything that comes to us, but we're just going to revert to the policy of hearing from the public comments for people who are here to read it, or perhaps if you have a friend who's here who can read it for you, but somebody needs to be here to speak the public comment out loud. So, all right, so with that, we're hearing from Stacy and Allison on this item. Thank you both.
Yeah, and actually, I'm going to have Leslie and Jeff are going to chime in as well too. So we kind of divided up the task tonight, and just wanted to bring back to the board some considerations in moving forward with our reopening of schools and the distance learning. And I know that we've had a lot of questions, a lot of comments, and we continue to collect that information, receive feedback from a lot of the community, which we truly, truly do appreciate. And there's a lot of good thought and insight that we're collecting and continue to help build our plans. But our real focus tonight is we are 2 weeks away from the reopening of school with our students returning, and we really wanted to get a solid foundation for what we're going to do with that distance learning. And I think we've shared in the past, distance learning is going to look different than it did in the spring. We've done a lot of work over the last months to enhance what we're offering in distance learning. We've worked very closely with the teachers union as far as what that's going to look like. And so we really do want to be able to establish some type of a timeline so that our staff, our students, our parents know what to expect over a period of time. The continuing change that we're experiencing just in our community and throughout the nation with so many unknowns with our health, I think the more stability and continuity that we can provide to the students is really important. And so if we could establish a time when we are going to do our distance learning, that becomes our main focus. It allows us to still continue our work because, you know, I don't want anyone to lose sight. Our desire, our hope is that we can return to in-person as soon as it is safe and health for everyone to do so. So even though we do focus a lot and are certainly focusing tonight on that phase 1 and the distance learning, I do want to also share that, you know, our intent and hope is that we all are able to come back into in-person at some point, which is really important. So if we can go ahead and go to the next slide. So I just wanted to, you know, again, give that brief overview of the 4 phases so that we don't lose sight of that there are the 4 phases, that we're not going to get stuck into one phase forever. We are continuing to work, and what does that look like to get to the next phases? And again, a big piece of that is a safe and health environment, and we will rely on our public health and our CDC to continue to give us those guidelines. We do want to bring back to the board, based on our last conversation in July, was looking at what are some of those possible timeframes that we could look at to establish that we would remain in distance learning, and again, to provide that continuity and stability for our teachers and our students to engage in the distance learning, but then also to know what are our next steps after that phase, or what could happen into that phase. And then we did bring some preliminary costs of what we have spent with the COVID. A lot of those are still really unknown and continue to come in, but we did just want to provide some update as over these last 4 or 5 months, what our costs are as we're preparing with our PPE, what we have on hand, what some of the precautionary items we're putting into place on the campuses, and the costs associated with that. So I'll have Jeff share some of that information as well. And again, just to share, our presentation is fairly short tonight. It really is focused on talking about the distance learning and giving the parents the options and what that would look like. And so our intent would be to get direction at the end of this evening on where we are with distance learning, but knowing that we're continuing to do our work with establishing the criteria between each of the phases and what that would look like. So if we can go to the next slide. And our 4 phases, our phase 1, the distance learning, would be where our campuses are remain closed. We are still currently on the watch list for the county and are required to provide distance learning for our students. Phase 2 would be that hybrid, and again, this is our phase that we continue to work through because we have gone through several different iterations of what phase 2 could look like. we had established that we do a phase 2A, phase 2B, so we could slowly bring students back. I think this important part in this is the hybrid model. We really would want to have the ability to slowly start introducing students back, whether it's an AB model or whether it's just identifying small groups or classes or certain experiences that we could begin to bring the students back onto the campus. So it could only be maybe they're only coming back one day a week, something to introduce the students back into that in-person and our teachers back to in-person, but definitely we'd want to go slow. Phase 3 then would really be that expanded where we continue to bring more groups back. The AB model, if possible, the entire day could be students returning, but that would be based on what our guidelines are at that time. And then that phase 4 would be the full return to the class instruction. So really our phase 2 is one of those areas that we still are exploring. What does that really mean as far as bringing those in-person back? We know that we have to meet the safety and health guidelines of it, but what does it really look like, and how many groups of students could we bring back? And are there certain grade levels that come back earlier than others? So those are all those pieces that we're still looking at under phase 2 and we'll continue to work through. Next slide. So here are our possible 3 options of looking at establishing a distance learning timeline. The first option would be that all students, or the majority of students, remain in distance learning through January 8th, which is the end of our first semester. This aligns with our middle schools that are on a semester model. It aligns with grading. It doesn't necessarily align perfectly with the elementary schools that are on trimesters, but it is still a natural break after the Christmas holiday that we could establish some, we would establish a timeline that allows families to know when everybody, again, given that the health conditions are right, that we could all be in a phase 2 or even more of a phase 3 by January 1 with the semester option. The option 2 would be aligning with the trimester. Again, that aligns with the elementary school grading system, not necessarily with the middle schools as well. We could make it work. It would give us approximately 12 weeks into the school year before we'd be making any kind of a change. The option 3 is the October 16th. That is our 9 weeks. It actually is the end of the first quarter. It does align with progress reports have typically gone out at that time of the year, so there is some of a natural break at that point as well. And with each of these options, we really would look at the shifts in the options and choices for parents to align with that. We still want to be able to offer those 3 options of home study, of continuing 100% distance learning. I think we have shared part of our challenge is with the 100% distance learning. How do we ensure that we have staffing that aligns to provide that service to the students while still maintaining our staffing at the school sites? That is one of the reasons where we really are asking to have an established time for the distance learning so that we can work through those staffing issues. We don't have the ability fiscally to hire additional staff necessarily to teach the 100% distance learning. We would need to use our existing staff to do that, which would require some shifting. With the options 1 and 2, it really would be our desire to not have parents have to select the 100% distance learning model at this point, but allow them to shift as we're getting closer to that trimester and semester. Again, our full intent whenever we're returning students back into in-person is that we are meeting all the PPE, all the safe and healthy requirements that are in place, and hope that parents would feel more comfortable sending their kids back to school. But we also recognize that we're going to have some parents who are going to choose to stay in that 100% throughout. By having a further time into that distance learning, it really does allow the teachers to establish that connection with families and the students. We also believe that there's more opportunity then that we can work closely with each school site, and they may be able to come up with some creative plans of how to offer that 100% distance learning, as well as keeping their staff on their site. And again, we know that that's so valuable for parents. We've heard that very, very loud and clear is, keep that connection to their home school. Where if we were to switch into an earlier mode of going out of distance learning, we would not be able to guarantee that families would have their homeschool teacher. So those are kind of our balances, the pros and cons of each of those areas. And again, just that 100% distance learning strand is a challenge for us whenever we do, but the further out that decision has to be made does provide a little bit more flexibility for us as far as making decisions. Slide. So wanted to share as we're looking through what our current practices is as parents can request placement at different schools, trying to align with what our current policies allow and how that could fit into the shift into distance learning, the options. So I'm going to ask Leslie she's going to go through as she works with student assignment and those natural shifts and how we can stay very consistent with what our policies are, still giving parents choice, still ensuring that there's those opportunities to move throughout the processes of any of those. Leslie, are you ready to take on?
Absolutely. So like we do every year, we try to get as many students placed in the school of their choice or their neighborhood school before school starts. So we're working to get that accomplished. And then knowing that once we start school, after the first day of school, we tend to have fluctuation where we have new families coming in or families leaving. And so following the 10th day of school, we typically then reassess where we have spaces that are open, and then we make shifts based on available space. Most often, it is taking our students that have been overflowed to a school and offering them back spaces at their neighborhood school. So that's a current practice that we would hope to be able to continue. Then what happens after that 10th day, between that 10th and 20th day, after the 20th day, we, with this model, which would be a new practice, it's something that we did a couple years ago because what we were experiencing was daily shifts or weekly shifts at many of our schools. And so our principals and staff said, could you cluster or could you identify times at which students are moved so that on a daily basis we don't have so much fluctuation. So what we're recommending is that after we've made all of these 10-day placement moves, so after the 10th day, it usually takes us about 10 more days to get things settled, is that we would not move any other students. We obviously place new students that come to our district in their assigned spots, but we wouldn't make any other shifts until we hit that timeline as Stacy had shared. So it could be that quarter timeline, it could be a semester timeline, it could be a trimester timeline, and then we would shift all students at that point in time, which creates less of a fluctuating school and or classroom environment. So that would be reinstituting a practice, so we're calling it a new practice. At these movement windows, that is when we would allow families to have an option to request either a school or a program shift. Currently, as you know, we have an open enrollment process, which is I'm requesting a school shift where individuals or families can put their name in to move to another school. Sometimes it's another neighborhood school. Sometimes it's an alternative school. And so we would look at those windows of time to be able to make those shifts. And so that's currently our process. We have an open enrollment priority window where a lottery happens. And right now, our current, what is in place is individuals that think of today, I want to switch my school. There's an opportunity to put their names on living wait lists. So that's a current process. What we would look at also is adding a modified practice. So if a family wants to move during a phase, so as we enter a new phase, and they want to go to 100% distance learning because at that point in time, they're not sure they're ready for this hybrid approach, then we would allow families to submit their interest. We'd need to know schools, we'd need to know grades, like Stacy said, so that if we could accommodate that to happen on the school site, we would. Otherwise, what we would do is we would hold a lottery. And our intent would be to get every family that wants 100% distance learning into that program. We would hold a lottery if we felt that we had an obstacle in achieving that. That would be a modified practice. Lotteries, as you know, are very typical practices in Cupertino. But to do this for 100% distance learning would be a modified practice. Currently, as you know, we have a home study program. So families that are interested in home study right now can apply through our open enrollment process. The website has been updated. There is a video of our one home study teacher explaining the program. There's a Q&A available. And after reviewing that information, potentially meeting with the home study teacher, and then families are able to apply through our open enrollment process to be placed on a list for that program. And we are reevaluating the interest every day to determine whether or not we have a need to explore opening up additional classrooms. And that's a current practice. And then finally, families who choose home study now, it's available, or 100% full distance learning when it becomes available. What we can share is that they would certainly be guaranteed a space in their original school, the school that they were assigned to at the beginning of this school year for the 21-22 school year. And if they wanted to shift at a window of time when we allow for movements to happen and there was space during this current school year, we would also make that available. So that we consider a modified practice. Stacy, do you want me to continue or would you like to do this one?
Sure, I can take it. So again, just this kind of reiterates and captures what we've tried to share with these transfer times. So the movement would be granted if the school or program has available space, and that would certainly be our first priority, is trying to keep students aligned with their home school. We do want to have that assurance that if a parent opts to have the home study or to take one of the 100% distance learning, they do have the guarantee to return to their home school for the 21-22 school year. This also applies for our current alternate schools. Families would not have to reapply. We really do want to honor knowing that the 2021 school year is just a different year, and we're making adjustments and modifications, but have every intent and hope and desire that in 21-22 we're back to our normal policies, normal full attendance. The waiting list would continue and remain in place, so nothing would change along that line. So we do want to give parents that assurance. The other piece that I do want to add on, and just to kind of echo what Leslie had shared with our home study program, I know that we've had parents who have inquired their interest as far as home study. We also are starting to get some of our teacher staff who are interested in being assigned to do the home study instruction. So we are accumulating those names, but we have not designated how many staff members will move into the home study program until we have a better idea of how many parents want it. So, if I could just share that, I know that some parents have reached out and said, I was told I was put on a waiting list for the home study. That is, we really are assessing what those numbers are to determine where and how we're going to pull those staff. So that information will be coming in, and some of that was contingent on what we decide tonight for this distance learning as well, or where staffing will be available. Next slide. I'm going to ask Allison to just cover these next couple slides and talk about the distance learning. We know that we're opening the school year in distance learning. We've said that those first 7 days when students first return will be used to really engage and get to know the students and give the teachers the opportunity to reach out and connect with parents. But really are going to provide the instruction and then be ready to go full force on August 24th. But just wanting to reassure that instruction is happening every day from August 13th on. So Allison's just going to give an overview again as far as what that distance learning requirement is from the state and how we're meeting that compliance as well. Allison?
Yes, thank you. So I'm sharing this information. None of it's new tonight. It's just presented in a graphic form. There's been so much information we shared, we thought it would be good to revisit a few things. This one is just a reminder that as we go into distance learning during this school year, we know that we'll have 3 components. One component being that live whole class time over Google Meet, where we have connection time, or sometimes it can be mini lessons for the whole class, community building, when everyone is together. Also across the week, we will have time where we have teacher-guided small groups. That was a big piece of the feedback that we heard from teachers and parents and kids, how valuable that small group time is. Or sometimes it's also showing up as one-on-one support, getting help with questions, or even giving an assessment. And then a third component is when the kids are working independently. And this is part of regular classroom learning too. Sometimes they're completing an assignment, conducting research, exploring materials that the teacher has provided, or completing assessments that are done independently. So this will be kind of our rounded out version of distance learning to be sure we're hitting on all of those components. And then I wanted to provide also a reminder of the state requirements for distance learning. These were presented a couple of board meetings back, but we thought it was just good to revisit because there are a lot of important things here, and they actually, a lot of them connect back to that new LCAP plan that we were talking about. So one of the pieces that will be required, and we were already planning to do, is to be sure that we have that daily live interaction. That's a requirement for the kids to have that daily live interaction for purposes of instruction, progress monitoring, and school connectedness or community building types of things. We will be taking attendance. We will have a required number of instructional minutes to be sure the kids that they're getting their learning in all of their subject areas. We will be making sure that we're serving our students who have needs. That includes students with IEPs as well as English learners, and making sure that we're staying on top of what the learning needs are and any learning loss that may have happened as a result of last school year. Another piece of these requirements, you'll notice it says there is no set requirement by the state for the minimum amount of synchronous time, the together live time. But we know that we are working towards setting some guidelines as we work with our teachers union to define how that can look. We know that that's a big question that our community has, is what to expect for that live time. So we're working through that as we put the finishing touches on schedules. We also will be making sure that we are keeping close tabs on how the kids are engaging and having systems for making sure that we're having opportunities to connect and support re-engagement. And we'll be required to log how the kids are spending their time, synchronously and asynchronously. So that means together time, the live time, and time when they're working on their own. Both of those things are important components of distance learning, and the state will be asking us to keep records of that this year. We don't yet know the format for that, but we know that that information is coming. You know, day by day, we get new updates on how all of these pieces will be operationalized. And then we talked about the accountability plan, the new LCAP already.
Next slide.
Yes, so we wanted to just touch base a little bit on Cooperdoodle Preschool. And this is our for-fee preschool that we're talking about here, not our preschool for students with IEPs, our special education YCC preschool. This is our Cooperdoodle Preschool. And we are getting ready to open for Cooperdoodle Preschool. And one reason for that is we're under different guidance. So when we're looking at the information from the public health department, we have the school's guidance and then the child care program guidance. And so Cooperdoodle falls under that child care program guidance. And so we're able to prepare for opening. We are, even though we could go forward with that full group of 24, we are taking a conservative approach and keeping the kids in small groups of 12 to do the best that we can to minimize risk and also adjust if that number is specified in any future health guidance. We have additional classrooms at Muir and Montclair, and we're continuing to follow the public health guidance as we're putting our final touches on opening plans. This program, because it's falling under childcare, is not restricted to distance learning like school programs are.
Thanks, Allison. The next slides, we did want to provide an overview of where we are spending some of our money with the COVID costs, as well as I know we've had many questions about just the air circulation and the HVAC, and so we did want to bring back some information and some updates on that. So I'm going to ask Jeff if he can cover the next couple of slides.
Great, thank you, and good evening. So when we're looking at the COVID costs, they really come in to the district in a lot of different ways, or they impact the different district in a lot of different ways. We'll put numbers to all 8 of these categories at our budget update, our 45-day budget update in August, because by then we would have closed the books. We'll be able to look at all the expenditures that we had last school year, And then we'll take a look at what we're projecting out for this year. But what I think is really important for the board to think about tonight as we get ready for that 45-day budget update is what are these categories and what makes up the categories. And so on the big side is certainly the loss of COLA. So we got the benefit that the 10% reduction in LCFF did not happen. That is a good thing for us. But we do need to take into account that we always talk about the operational increases that happen year to year. And when you lose that 2.31%, which was tied to the impact of what our economy, the recession that we went into, that's a loss to us as a district. So I want to make sure that we call that out. The next few items are all tied to cleaning and the equipment that we needed to add on or add to the district in order to just meet the need and the demand at the end of last year. Certainly we've been able, and thank you to our board and to the community that have made donations along the way of our PPE supplies. Certainly to open up, and as we move into phase 2, 3, and 4, we're going to need additional supplies. Right now, even in phase 1, obviously we've had employees and our classified employees have been working since March on our school sites and been using the PPE supplies. We've seen some increase in technology. I think we're fortunate to start off that we had a robust technology environment or an environment to start off, but it's still not enough for what we're seeing as we move into the school year. And then we finally just hit on the loss of revenue that we see from both our student nutrition program and our facility rental. And then just a special category at the end, we don't know what's going to happen with the enrollment yet. Obviously, we're projecting a pretty significant decline in enrollment from the 1920 year to 2021, but until we get to that 10-day count, it would be very curious to see what our numbers look like. And then I'll hit on this a little bit more in 2 slides, but by moving from our MERV 8 filters that we were previously using to MERV 13 filters, it's approximately about a $60,000 increase for us to make that move. Sorry. So continuing with our COVID costs, what we've really tried to do is to focus on it through a methodical and systematic approach, because not all costs are the same. So what we started to do is identify the products that we know we can buy now that even after COVID is done, those products still have a longer life. So buying those up front and getting a 3-month supply of those, we felt was really important and really a smart buy in some ways, because we know we can use them. Some of the other stuff, when we started seeing all the changes taking place and new guidance coming in, we sort of paused on some of those purchases to find out what direction it is. And I think that benefited us, because right now we're not sitting on supplies that we can't use. But what we've ordered, we know we need in phase 1. As we move to phase 2 and move to phase 3, we feel like we put ourselves in the best position we could possibly be in, knowing that the costs are going to be high. And then, there's a constant monitoring of the inventory that we have, and that's not going to go away. I know Stacy referenced it at one of our last meetings that if we can stay 3 months ahead, we feel like that's a good place for us to be in. We do see the inventory starting to pick up, with the exception of a couple products, one of which is hand sanitizer right now. We haven't seen that inventory pick up yet, so we have a lot in waiting on that. And I would say the other thing that has been successful for us as a district, and that works to our advantage, is we've been tracking our COVID costs since March of last year, really the end of March. And so by doing so, we've been able to see, we've been able to better project what that full cost is going to be. And then finally, we most recently adjusted our rate plans on the PG&E side. So we went in, submitted a change in rate tier, especially because we think the usage is going to be different. Plus, there's some advantage to do that with just how PG&E has changed the peak hours. And so we're trying to capture any possible savings we can there as well, at least for the next year. And when you make a rate change, it's good for 1 year, and then we can go back and make any adjustments the following year. And then finally, very specifically on the HVAC update, one of the things we researched, we worked with some of our vendors. There's no industry standard necessarily for COVID-19 because of the size of it. And so what we're trying to do is create the best scenario we can. So nothing is better than the doors and windows being open, maintain that cross ventilation. When we did talk to our suppliers, they did say, if you have to cross ventilation, moving from MERV 8 to MERV 13 where you can, you can do that, but there's not, a perfect scenario or a silver bullet that's going to solve it completely. And then our HVAC technicians are monitoring the units for airflow, which is really important, running a system, and then obviously maintaining a proper timeline for replacing the filters. And again, just referencing back to that first slide, it's about a $60,000 increase when we move from the MERV 8 filters to the MERV 13 filters.
And again, just wanted to give kind of an overview of where we're seeing those costs for the COVID. And Jeff will, on our next board meeting, we'll be bringing a 45-day budget update. We'll have much more of the specific numbers as we're closing out and continuing those purchases. We'll also be able to give you an update as to what we actually have in stock at that, in hand at that point as well, knowing where we are for the following months as we're returning staff to work in some of our areas. And again, just preparing for that time when we are in person as well. Also with Allison, you know, we didn't go into the specific distance learning plans. Those are still being worked with closely with the union and with our teacher groups and preparing for the opening. Our teachers are due to return on August 10th, so that work continues. And our focus for tonight really, if we can look to the board for our options for distance learning so that we can establish that timeline and establish the work that needs to be done to ensure distance learning is that robust quality instruction, but also allows us to continue to plan for the phase 2 of in-person learning in some form. So with that, I'm going to pause and turn it back to Lauren.
Okay, thank you, Stacy and the whole team. Lots of good info there. So I'm sure people have clarifying questions. So shall we stick with our same order? I think we're Sylvia, Satish, is it Phyllis, Jerry tonight, I think, if I'm remembering right? Okay, so Sylvia, you want to kick us off here?
Sure. Just a quick comment about the student movement slide, and having Leslie walk through each of those pieces was like, the amount of moving pieces that you have to, you know, like put in place is crazy. So Leslie, thank you for even creating a system in which you have all those contingencies. My question, or I guess my first question, is about the timeline, the trimester versus semester versus quarter. I'm curious about the transition time. So if, for example, a quarter is 9 weeks, and then we switch, what's the ramp up time needed in between a family saying, okay, now I want to switch to whatever, like home study or distance learning? Because I'm thinking about the things that all those movement and the coordination and logistics. Is it like a 2-week time frame? Is it like a 1-week time frame? Is it a couple of days? Like what does that actually look like operationally? What kind of time do you need?
So really with that option, option 3, and I'll start backwards and work on that on the option 3, we would probably need that to be determined now, because it's a new movement for us. We would need to determine staffing. These are going to be, you know, that 9 weeks comes very quickly. We would be looking at having those decisions made right now. If we have the later date of the distance learning, again, we have an opportunity for the school sites to start establishing the relationships with the families, but also we can engage the schools in that collaborative, here's your staff, here's your number of students that want to be distance learning. Can we come up with some creative schedules? So we would still need a 2 to 3 week lead time for options 2 and 1 as well.
Okay. And Lori, how many questions do I get? Just 2? So I guess my follow-up to that then is, because we're doing all this transition, we're giving this week of transition time at the beginning of the semester. If we then switch to a different model and we have a new combination of students and teachers, are we also then looking at a similar kind of 1 week ramp up after the switch happens?
We hadn't talked in detail about that, where the switch, if we could keep students at their home school, there's definitely the value of that, because they already know the school, they know their teachers, they know their principal, but we would want to continue the full instruction period those days. So those are some of the pieces that we still need to work out as far as how those shifts happen. I know that's a big concern from our teachers as far as what does that look like? How do we get to know these new kids coming in? So again, that's why with that option 3, we would need to do it now to start establishing so that we can work through that process. If we do the option 2 and 1, we get a little bit more time to work through what that looks like. And it also allows us, as we move through with our county health, where are we going to be at with our health conditions and where we're going to be at with COVID. There's always the possibility that we remain on the county's watch list for a long duration of time, and then we really are in distance learning. But it does allow us some time to see how the new guidelines will continue to come out from CDC and the public health.
Okay. Okay, great. And you answered my additional question, which is, what do teachers think about that? So thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we'll cycle back around to you, Sylvia. So Satish.
Yeah, so I think I'm going back to the same slides which Sylvia liked it. Okay, so the options portion of it, like, is it like these options are given, all these options are given for parents, or we stick to one of the options, what out of this?
So we would be asking to select one of the options. And I think to clarify, when we say this option, let's use option 3, for example. If we do say that we're going to stay in distance learning for October 16, we will continue to provide updates because, again, if we stay on the county watch list, then obviously after October 16th, and we're still on the county watch list, we would not be allowed to transition into another phase, but it would allow us some check-in points. So right now our focus would be that prior to October 16th, we've established where are we going after October 16th. I'm not sure if that was the question.
No, the question what I was saying is there are 3 options given here, right? Is this options available for a parent to choose on this, or is it like one of these options only we will be providing out of these 3? We will stick to one of the options as a board or as a district, we will be providing one of these options.
So these options, whichever option would apply to throughout the entire district, it wouldn't be different options for different schools or different families. It would be, if we're in option 1, then that applies to all 25 schools.
Okay, so we end up that, okay, once we make the decisions, we will have an option, let's say option 1 or 2 or 3, one of that option is the only option available. That's what I'm saying. 2 options will be dropped out of this, right?
So if we, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This option is for us to discuss and decide what option to be provided, or these are the available options for anyone to choose from.
So these options, to not confuse with the other 3 options that we give as far as distance learning and home study, and I know that that's where we're probably confusing some. What we're asking is for the board to decide one of these 3 options to establish how long we're going to stay in distance learning. The other options, as far as 100% distance learning option, the home study option, or continue in our phases, that's still available to parents, but it's different than these 3 options.
Okay, perfect. I think I got it. Okay. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. The second question is on the next slide. If you go to the next slide. So is there an option given here in this new practice about the school choice also? Like once one of these options, once a parent decide, okay, like let's say, or we decide on one of that, they have a choice to move between the schools or no?
So, do you want me to answer, Stacy?
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, so to move between the schools, so currently parents have the option to request through our open enrollment process their desire to move to another school. If we weren't able to accommodate their desire, they're currently on a wait list, a living wait list. So what would happen would be, after the 10th day of school, we'd see, do we have space to move any families who are choosing to attend another school, and we'd move them between the 10th and 20th day. And then at each movement window, we would also redetermine whether or not, after we've gotten our distance learning kiddos taken care of, or all of our students, in our home study program, either of those, then we would see, okay, can we move any other kids at this point in time using our open enrollment process that already exists?
Okay, got it. Thanks, Lori. I can wait for next round.
Okay. So is it Phyllis and Jerry? You guys have to remind me. I think it's Phyllis next. Okay. Phyllis, you're muted.
Okay, my first question is really questioning kind of my checking for understanding. On the home study program, on the one hand, I think we have space, and on the other hand, it looks like we have a wait list. So can you kind of re-explain how the space that we have now in Pam's class relates to the wait list?
So right now, you're correct. We have Pam Pell is our only home study instructor. She already had students that had been assigned to her prior to this whole COVID. Instead of taking parents as a first come, first serve and filling up her spots, we really did want to see how many total teachers we're going to need for the home study. So anyone that's requesting home study right now is being put on that wait list. Then we'll start moving teachers into that area and moving them off the wait list. So it really is kind of a holding place for us as we determine the numbers.
Right, and if I could add, so she has the capacity of 24. And so based on students that had applied earlier, she is almost full at this time. And so we are still, like Stacy said, families are on a daily basis, they're reaching out to her, they're expressing an interest, and then we'll look at that total number beyond 24 to determine additional classroom space or additional classes.
Okay, so do you have a time frame? When do you think that home study decision will be made about how many classes you're going to be able to offer?
I would, okay, go ahead, Steve.
I would say by the end of next week, we would need to know so that we can shift staff around. A lot was, I think, depending as where staff's interest is coming out of what tonight's decision is, as well as with distance learning as well, so that they can make plans. So we really did want to hold off until after tonight's meeting, and then we'll move forward for next week to start sorting through and shifting staff.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lori.
All right, Jerry, you're up.
Thank you. Could we go back to slide 4, please? It's the one that Sylvia and Satish were on earlier. So about these 3 options. So my question here is that right now, ECHO says that we're supposed to, the directive is to offer in-person instruction to the greatest extent possible. So for us to, once it's safe for us to continue not to go back, it seems like that would be because there's some kind of trade-off. And so I was wondering if you could comment a bit on what would I get with option 1, say that I wouldn't get with option 3? Am I getting a more robust distance learning program, or do you understand my question? It's like, why would I sign up for a 3-year CD when I can buy 1-year one if the interest rates are the same? So what am I getting by locking myself into distance learning for a longer period of time?
Yeah, and certainly, those are all the considerations. And distance learning is a lot of work for our teachers, and they really have invested a lot of time. And I think really being able to say that they're going to make the commitment to ensure this distance learning. I think the piece that we all need to keep in our mind is that hybrid model that we talk about when we bring in person. That's a whole nother learning that's going to take place. And so not to say that it's going to be less robust than distance learning, but it is another new learning curve for our teachers to be prepared to. And right now, our teachers have been doing distance learning. They're very good at distance learning. So I think to keep it as long as possible and make it more of those natural breaks will allow our teachers to really engage in distance learning. If we know that we're only going to be in 9 weeks, their mindset is going to be, as soon as we come back, they're already shifting in how are we preparing for the hybrid model. And a lot of our energy is going to be going towards that versus really focusing on the distance learning. On top of that, just the unknown of where are we going to be with the health conditions. Is there a likelihood that we will stay in distance learning? So I think the difference between 1 and 2 is really just aligning with the grading periods of either the elementary or the middle school. That's really the difference there. That option 3 is an optimistic approach, but also shifts our focus will be a lot more on the hybrid and developing the in-person. That's the change of the focus. But again, I really want to reassure that in any of these options, we're going to continue to look at how that phase 2 could be embedded into the option, that we could, as soon as possible, bring back any individuals, any groups that maybe we can identify as long as we're meeting the rest of our health standards. We do want to continue to explore that. So that's not out of the question on any one of these 3 options.
Okay, all right, thanks. So if I can, this is not my second question, Lori, but just to summarize what I think I heard is that because with option 3, we stay in distance learning learning a shorter period of time. So we're less likely to see a robust distance learning education experience than if we were, say, committed to it till January 8th. Is that fair?
Somewhat fair. I'm optimistic that what we're going to be able to offer in August is going to be very strong, but teachers' energy will need to start focus sooner if they're looking at a hybrid model coming back in October, because that is a complete shift for them.
Right, but it seems like if you start looking at the shift to hybrid model in October or in January, it should be about the same amount of time. It's not, I don't want to use up all my question time here, so I'll just go on to the next one. It's fine. I think I understand what you're kind of getting. I just wanted to understand the implications. If we could go to my second question, then the one about Cooper Doodle.
Mm-hmm.
So on this one, we're talking about we're able to bring back folks back to the site. And so the difference here versus not being able to bring the regular students back is because we're only doing half capacity, subgroups of 12 rather than 24. There seems to me at a high level, there's an incongruency here of being able to say, well, it's okay for preschool to come back, but not the rest of the K through 8. So I wonder if you could comment a little bit more about what the differences are here.
Yeah, they really fall under the child care that they have omitted from the latest guidelines, and that they can do a little bit controlled. They're the smaller groups, the younger age, which aren't as easily transmittable of the virus. So they omitted them from including them into any of Governor Newsom's new guidelines and allowed them to continue. The other piece is that they were already existing programs for the most part. Childcare had been allowed to come back during the summer. And so under the guidelines, the existing programs could continue. What they fall under is if we reach any of the capacity under the guidelines of a certain proportion of students were to test positive, or staff would test positive, whether the class closes or the school closes. So since they were already existing, they fall into that next category of when a closure or distance learning would be required.
I see. All right, great. Thank you. Thank you, Stacy. Those are my two, Lori. Thanks.
All right, let's see. So I'll just let you guys stay on the same slide, slide 4. Lots of questions, right? Surprise, surprise. So actually, Stacy, I just want to clarify on Jerry's question. When you were speaking to any of these 3 options that we picked, even if it was, say, option 1, the longest one, if I heard you correctly, we could, for targeted, very, high needs groups, consider bringing back prior to that date, and that would be through the waiver process. Presumably, if we were still on the county watch list, we'd have to be a waiver, and otherwise it would be, if we came off the county watch list but we were still not to that date, we could consider a phase 2 just as a one-off kind of thing for a special group or a special individual.
Correct. And so what we would do is we would look at our 3 categories. One is if we're off the county watch list. The other is, have we met all of our requirements under the PPE and the safe and health return protocols? So we would be monitoring those. As soon as we feel we have those in place, we could start looking at the hybrid, limited, in-person, small group.
Okay, thank you for clarifying on that. So so my 2 questions: if the semester, the one with the semester, I understand with the middle school that aligns with their grading. For the elementary school, it doesn't anyway. And I'm wondering, like on the face value, it would seem to me that if we were going to pick something like that, and if there was a window of opportunity for us to re-enter at that point, that at least for our elementary kids, it might make more sense to come in, to have our shift already have happened and to come back from break into that new, pattern of separating the kids into those who are continuing on a distance learning versus those who are phasing. So I'm just throwing that out there as like food for thought. If we picked option 1, would we have a little bit of flexibility as we got closer to it if something like that logistically made sense? Or if we say this date, that's the date?
I think absolutely allowing that flexibility. We're operating in so many unknowns that I think we have to roll with that. And the other option that we toyed with is do we do option 1 and option 2? Is that allow the elementaries at the trimester specifically and the middle schools at the semester? But there was some concerns expressed within the families that have children at both levels. You know, does that cause more difficulties or not? So what we kind of kept with, let's have the same consistency across the entire district. It does help with our PD, with our teachers, and continue to support them. But that could possibly be another option if the board felt strongly that we have different ones for elementary and middle school.
Okay, and then I'm going to shift to the third option. So both the state public health department and our own county public health department and our public health officer for the county have indicated on multiple occasions that they expect we're going to be bouncing, that counties like ours and or our specific county, in the case of our local health department, that we're going to be bouncing on and off this county watch list for a long time. And probably, I don't know, last week, Sarah Cody said, you know, it very well could be, you know, all take us through to the second wave. So if we chose this October one, and like at what point would it be, so would we have to make a decision, like would we have to be off the county watch list for the like last week of September and the first week of October for us to even be able to consider that October 16th date for reentry, knowing that per Sylvia's question, there's sort of some lead time there? Like what is the alignment window of the 14 days we'd have to be off the watch list for us even to be able to hit that date versus then we revert into another 9 weeks, or I'm assuming that if we're not off the watch list there, that then if we hit that date and we're not off the watch list and we can't re-enter, we go into the next 9-week cycle. Do I have that right?
That we would have to determine, because, and I think there's a couple components to your question there, so let me break it down. We have to be off the watch list for 14 days before we could move in. So we would need, if we're targeting October 16th and we didn't come off the watch list until, let's say by October 1st, we know that we're starting to go, we're meeting those 5 criteria that are putting us on the watch list. We would continue to monitor it. And if on the October 14th, we are off the watch list, we're good to go. If we're still on the watch list, then we would not be able to start on October 16th unless we applied for the waiver to do some of the in-person, or we would extend the distance learning until the next increment, probably to the trimester, so we could stick to those increments. Again, I think if we start doing things by weeks or by 2 weeks, it really does cause a lot of instability and unknowns, where if we can have these established checkpoints, I think are really important for staff and for parents as well.
So if I understood that right, if option 3 in your mind, then if we're still on the watch list at October 16 or thereabouts, a week or 2 before, to give us the time for the transition there at the grading report, then our next, it wouldn't be a full another 9 weeks till the semester, it would be the trimester that we'd consider next?
We would do, because what we've said we would commit to is trying to give 2 weeks notice to parents and staff when we make a transition. So the November 13th is actually 3 weeks away, so that would be our next target of November 13th.
So then explain to me the sub-bullet there, subsequent shifts will align with 9 to 12 week increments, because I interpreted that to mean we have the first 9 week, we miss it, then we go into another 9 week cycle, the next increment, but that's not what I'm hearing.
No, the 9 to 12 week increments are our quarter, semester, and trimester, so it would align with whatever our trimester, semester. So quarters are 9, trimesters are 12, and semesters are 18.
Okay, I think I understand. So so option 3, you hit it, you look at phase 2, option 3, you don't hit the county watch list, and your next increment goes actually to the 12 week to the trimester.
Right.
Okay.
So if you did another 9 weeks, you would go. It's not written very clearly there. I apologize for that.
No, I'm just trying to work through it in my own head. Okay. And then same thing, if you were still on the county watch list in November, then you would go out to semester next, because that would be the next quarter or semester, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah. And option 2 is my least favorite, because that puts us into bringing kids back right before everybody goes off on their Thanksgiving break, and I don't want to be dealing with a sick kid on Thanksgiving break. So, okay. So that's, I think that's my 2 questions, and I'll rotate back through my colleagues and come back around. So Sylvia, you're up next.
Can I ask, sorry, stay on the slide. Can I ask a follow-up for Lori's question? So just so I understand, and I think Jerry touched on a little bit, but if you can just elaborate a little bit more, the difference between option 1 and option 2, what's the benefit of starting in January versus, or shifting, not starting, shifting in January versus shifting in November is primarily the stability. Is that what I'm understanding?
It is, and this semester aligns with the middle school grading period as well, so it's a natural shift anyway. Elementary, their natural shift is after the first trimester, but what we've had some preliminary talk about is using the assessment that if our elementary teachers could still be preparing students for that shift after the November 13th and before the December break, so that they could use that time to prepare going into December and make some of those decisions, how they could shift some of the students around to maybe be able to still keep them on their home site with their home teacher.
Okay. And then hypothetically, let's say we bounce off the watch list and then we're getting ready to shift January 8th, and then we bounce back onto the watch list January 7th. Then is there another, at that point, are we just making decisions by that standard, increment?
Yeah, because the other piece along the guidelines, from my understanding and what we're hearing from, is that once we're off the watch list and we begin to bring students back into the hybrid model and we go back onto the watch list, that doesn't necessarily trigger us to have to stop what we're doing. We could then have the waiver to stay in person if that was our choice to do that. That would still be an option available as well, because the following guidelines, after you become back in person, then it goes to that percentage where you're monitoring the number of students if they did test positive, the number of staff if they tested positive, whether you would shut the class down, whether you would have to shut the entire school down, and then a larger proportion, I believe it's 25%, then you would shut the entire district down. So that's my understanding then, that the intent isn't that you're going to continue to flip-flop back and forth. Once you've established you're off the watch list, you've started to bring students back in person, you're into a hybrid model, then when it goes back onto the watch list, it doesn't apply as it is now where you're starting in distance learning. It is really within the containment of your own district to look at what those proportion and percentages are that are being tested for COVID that come out positive.
Okay, so that's helpful to understand. So then basically, if we are bouncing and then we get off the watch list for 14 days and then 10 days after that we're back on the watch list, we can apply for the waiver if we wanted to, and then continue with the whatever cautionary plans we might have already had in place.
Right.
Or we could decide to take it all back to distance learning if everything's surging, or the governor could just shut it all down again. So,
right. Yeah.
Okay.
One of those unknowns.
All right. Okay. Thank you. That helped me understand that.
Do you have one more, Sylvia? I wasn't keeping track. Sorry.
Oh, I will take one more.
I wasn't sure if that was all in one, or.
You could call that A, B, and C.
Okay. All right. So we'll roll to. Oh, you want to? Okay. You want to do one more? Go ahead.
I can do one more. Can I ask about the Jeff, about the facility rental, the loss of revenue for the facility rentals? So does that mean that because I know we rent out to a number of places, so did we end those contracts for this coming year, or what's happening with that?
No, those contracts are still in place. So those are the contracts that the board approved lease agreements. When I'm talking about the facility use rental, that's through the external use permit process. So typically it's programs after school on campuses, use of our school sites on the weekend, but not the ones for like our Sarah site or Nan Allen site. Those are different.
I see. So that revenue is still coming in.
That is still coming. That is still coming in. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I'm good.
Okay, I'll take my turn and go to slide 5, please. Good exercise. So, okay, so I think here the last bullet, right? So what's up? We have home study program and we have a 100% full year distance learning, right? So how is it different? Like kind of both are 100% kind of from home, right? So why these two options? Okay, if there's 100% distance learning, it's as good as home study, or vice versa. Why we are having two programs of that kind, and what's the advantage of each, like if at all?
So they are different. The home study is, again, we've had that in place for years here in Cupertino. It has decreased in numbers, but it's actually the parent is providing the instruction. So although they're assigned a teacher, they meet every approximately 8 days just to go over the curriculum, planning the lessons, but the instruction is actually coming from the parent. The difference then in the 100% full distance learning is a teacher is actually providing the instruction just as we're starting the school year with. So the teacher of record is providing the direct instruction, doing all of the assignments, correcting the work with the distance learning.
Okay, the second question is there, once they sign up, do they have a choice to come back during the shift time frame? Like let's say I choose for home study or 100% distance learning, one of that. Do I have a choice to rethink on that, or they have to stick to the whole year?
They would have a choice to come back at those increments that we've will set, but it would be contingent on whether there's a space available at their home site, or they could opt to go to another site if there's a space available. But it would really be at that point whether there's space available to come back to their particular home site.
Okay, I'm done. Okay, go to the next person.
Oh, sorry, Phyllis, you're still muted.
Yeah. So I have two more questions. One is around attendance. How are we managing attendance? How is the funding going to work? Is it going to be the same as when kids are in school in person, or can Jeff, I guess, somebody talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the state has shared that their expectation is a daily attendance. There's still some clarity that I think the districts need from what exactly that attendance looks like and how we're monitoring, but we are working towards that. So I don't know if Allison has anything more to add because she's been working on that. Sorry, Allison.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So I think one of the things that we know worked well last spring in terms of procedures was to use that live kind of daily meet, the Google Meet, as the attendance point. And we saw that that worked even when we weren't required to take attendance. Some schools were doing that, and it helped the kids, you know, feel accountable for showing up, and it was a routine they were used to. So we are looking at that being a practice, that taking attendance during the live meeting would be one way of approaching it. The requirements for attendance are a little broader than that. It can also include things like work completion if the student was not able to be at the meet, and also things like conversations and meetings between students and teachers, or families and teachers around re-engagement. So we're working through all of that and thinking about how it could work within our system. You know, what would we need to add into the attendance system to help teachers be able to manage that, work with our secretaries to follow up on students who are absent and really know our processes. So that's the stage that we're in. I don't have the funding information, but maybe Jeff has that.
I would just add the part that Allison was talking about, the importance of reaching out to our students that are not participating is a big part of it. There's still a lot to be worked out in terms of the funding, but there is a focus on ADA funding, which is where we fall in. We will be looking at that P2 data still. So as we go through our enrollment projections, that number is something we're going to really need to pay attention to. Excuse me, can't talk. Pay attention to when we hit our first interim. And that'll be the time where we really can see what it's starting to look like for us.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question is around technology. Are our kids and families well positioned with enough devices and enough bandwidth and hotspots and whatever they need? And if not, do we qualify for any of the state money that's going to help with technology, or are we outside of those boundaries because of our population?
I'll tell you, that's been one of the biggest things I know Moo's been looking at. We do not qualify so far for a lot of the grants that are out there, for some of the donations of technology. So it's really based on what we have in house. We do feel like we have enough to get started, though we are looking at acquiring more devices right now. Hotspot wise, we do feel like we're okay. We're putting the survey out, was just released for our families, so we can get a true update on what's needed this year. The other piece of it is really just the need for more of our employees in the district to access technology, knowing that we're in distance learning is also something that we're paying attention to a lot right now.
So are we, this is just a follow on the technology. Are we also, I mean, some families have computers, but they also have 2 or 3 students and maybe 2 parents that are working from home. And they don't have enough devices for everybody to do what everybody has to do. So are we also looking at that?
Yeah, so last year when families submitted a need, if they had 2 kids in the families, to your example, or 3 kids in the family, they were all able to get a device if they needed in that household. And that will continue. Most families only require 1 hotspot. The hotspots take 4 to 5 devices pretty well.
Okay, thank you. I'm done, Lori, thanks.
And I think to add to that too, Phyllis, is one of the pieces that we do have teachers that do want to come and work from their classroom once even though we're starting in distance learning, they'd have the ability to come and work from their own classroom so they could access the Wi-Fi through the district, and that will help solve some of their issues as well.
Good, okay, thanks.
All right, Jerry.
Thanks, Lori. So Stacy, my first question is about for students that have IEPs, can you characterize the district's readiness to provide a meaningful education through remote learning? Where are we right now in terms of the preparations and PD and all that?
Yeah, so Joe Vidal, our senior director, has been amazing this summer, working through a lot of those issues so that we can ensure that we're meeting the needs of their IEPs. And one of that is those first 7 days too, of allowing teachers that opportunity to reach out and have some of those one-on-one conversations with the students, doing some of those assessments. But we did get some further legal definition as far as using our instructional assistants to help support the teachers, which was one of the areas last spring that we were really still challenged with and not sure what opportunities we could provide. So we do feel like we're going to be able to reach out, meet those students' needs. They're built into the regular schedule as well. So if a student is receiving certain services, those would be built into their daily schedule according to their IEP. So we feel like we're ready to and equipped to go on, and certainly have learned a lot from last spring, and have a better plan in place this fall.
Great, thanks. And the second question is really for Jeff. If we go back a slide or two, the one that talks about that one, slide 12, please. So, here, Jeff, you mentioned that we want to keep the doors and windows remaining open to the greatest extent possible. So my question for you is, do you think in most cases is that good enough? And I'll just share, I've been in portables where it's gotten really hot and you open the door and you pray, but air just doesn't want to come in. I know it is what it is, but I'm just wondering your thought there. I certainly understand we want to keep it open, but is that sufficient, you think? Or is there more that we should or could be doing? I guess those are 2 different things, what we should do and what we can do. So if you could just comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing everything we possibly can. I mean, I would tell you that that's always the approach we're taking, which is why we're making the move from MERV 8 to MERV 13 as one example. But even as I was sharing with you, taking the guidance from ASHRA and also talking to our suppliers, they really emphasize with us that there is no perfect solution for this. And you are right, Jerry. We do have differences across the district in our classrooms. Some of our classrooms have 2 doors into the room and windows that all open. Right. Some of our classrooms are portables. The new requirement for portables is that those windows don't open because of some of the school incidents that have taken place in the last few years. Those windows are fixed now, and there's only a door that goes into those rooms. So that makes cross ventilation very hard. And I would say we have those differences throughout the district. Even if you think about the construction of our school sites, ones that were built 50s and 60s look very different than our newer buildings. that I would say have better systems in place in the newer buildings than the older ones. I think we all acknowledges the difference in construction over time. And so when you think about those factors, it's not that we're not trying to put the best solution for it. I think we are doing that, and I give kudos to our entire HVAC technician and maintenance. I think we're doing everything we can. If somebody has another option that we can add on to it, certainly we'll do that. But it really becomes a fundamental aspect of that structure of that building and maximizing what we can do for that building. And that I think we're doing right now. But there are limitations to what we can do. And not to mention, there are some offices in our district. Example, if I may, we have some offices in the district where you can't actually move it to a MERV 13 filter because of the type of system that it is. Those are mainly in offices and really small offices, but I will say there are some differences. And again, the manufacturer is saying, just because you move from the MERV 8 to MERV 13 example, it doesn't solve all your problems. There isn't one silver lining to this that we could come back and say, this is a perfect solution.
Right. No, that certainly makes sense. And something I should have mentioned earlier is I just listening to this presentation by you and Allison and Leslie, I'm impressed at the amount of, I guess, a design and the details you've been able to come up with, working with what we have and then the time limit. It's the whole saying about building an airplane while keeping one flying or something. Really see that here. So I really just want to express that. And so I certainly understand the limitations. And I'll just throw this one out there. If you have thoughts, that's great. If you don't, that's fine too. What about doing some of these classes outside under a tent? We get these suggestions from parents. I don't know if that's something that y'all have looked at, and is that a candidate being considered, or has it been ruled out? Can you just comment on a bit about that?
Absolutely. We've actually talked a lot about that. So there's no question. I would say whether having outdoor classes I don't think it necessarily determines whether or not it moves us from one phase to another. However, utilizing any space that we have on campus, absolutely we're looking at. Instead of putting the furniture, if we, on a typical classroom, we have anywhere between 24 to 36 desks, depending on whether it's a primary grade up to middle school. So if you take a look at that and you talk about a classroom that's say 950 square feet, you say 50 to 60 square feet of it is your sink and your countertops in the room. So you're left with about 900 square feet if we can for this conversation here. At that place, we have to move some stuff out of the room if we want to just be able to spread people apart. Instead of taking that furniture and putting it in storage, I think it makes more sense to just move it right outside, make some exterior classrooms. I would say that works really well until we get to rain or anything, and obviously weather elements kick in a little bit. We have talked about buying canopies. I would say if you think about the slide we had earlier, that some costs look different, canopies could be something we look at. There is a benefit here. We have really nice weather a lot of the year. Certainly kids working outside, you will see throughout our district on a regular basis. I think formalizing it with furniture outside is what you're talking about, is certainly something we're looking at. So I think that's definitely going to be part of it.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I love the numbers, Jeff. Thank you for that. Those are my questions. Thank you, Lori.
All right. Actually, I just want to ask a clarifying question on that, Jeff. I know you and I had a conversation, I don't know, a week or two ago about the canopies. And can you talk a little bit about what you were able to share with me about meeting DSA requirements around canopies and, Department of State Architecture requirements around canopies, and what we know about how permanent or not we'd be able to make some of those outdoor classroom situations?
Sure. Certainly when we're doing a shade structure, that requires DSA approval, especially when you're attaching it to a building, or even at some of our schools that have the large shade structures. Those are a DSA, Department of State Architects approval list, and typically we use manufacturers that are very familiar with those requirements. What I was talking about with canopies is I was equating it back to how we have our graduations or promotion ceremonies at middle schools. It's very hot outside. We put up temporary shade for our kids or our staff that's outside, but they're temporary from the standpoint that we do take them down at some point. There's an expiration date for them outside. The one question that I think we have is if we put them outside of classrooms, we would need to take a look at, flow. And what I mean by that is exit, fire marshal, I think could come in on that. We probably want to check with them more so than a DSA approval, which is why I think it's less about the state requirements, the heavy side of DSA, but more about, is it safe to do it? If the wind came up, would those canopies put our kids at more of a risk? So it's more risk management, fire safety, flow, rather than an Department of State architecture requirement. And what I would say is I did get a chance to talk to our risk management group a little bit, and it is possible. There are some things we'd want to do if we put canopies outside, for example, weights on the legs of it, try and do everything we possibly can. And then at that point, we also want to talk about how we put them away at night.
Thank you. You hit on everything in our
Okay.
conversation, the fire marshal, the risk remediation, and finding out from our risk management group, et cetera. So thank you on that. Okay, and then let's see, I guess that counts as one of my two clarification here. I want to go to the student movement slide. I think it's 5, please. So I'll do a Sylvia. I have kind of an ABC here, so I'll tell you what they are, and then maybe you guys can address the pieces as you see fit. So I'm want to make sure I understand how the lottery would take place for the modified practice or new practice for the I guess it's modified practice on there for the shift to 100% distance learning. And so my part A is just we have a plan in place for differentiating between our medically fragile students who have a need to stay in 100% distance versus preference, even if that preference is because of a medical issue at home, and then also just preference because it's preference. So I kind of see almost like 3 tiers there, kind of medically fragile child, medically fragile member of the family in the home, and then preference, which is also totally legit, but I don't know how we address that in the lottery. So that's one concern with that one. And then I guess if I'm understanding the way this is described, if we have a lottery, there is a condition upon which we have more families who potentially could want to stay in distance learning at that point, because we have heard from a lot of families who expressed an interest in hybrid out of a hope, but then also made it very clear that depending on their comfort level, they would probably continue in distance learning if they weren't comfortable with the safety criterion at the time that it was potentially going to be looking at phasing. So I guess if we have a condition where we have families who want it, prefer it, to stay in distance learning, apply for it, don't get a lottery spot, will they then have the homeschool option? Will their only option be phasing? And what happens if they're not comfortable with that? So that's sort of my questions around that.
Yeah, and we certainly have pondered all of those considerations. If they were not able to lottery into a distance learning at their home school, the 100% distance learning at their home school, keeping their home teacher, then the next option would be looking at 100% distance learning option offered it through one of the other teachers assigned to it, or if there was space at the home study. So, after the initial determination and placing everyone, it really would be based on space availability. We couldn't guarantee, there would probably be minimal teacher shift at that time. So it really would be based on whatever space is available.
And okay, so am I right that we would take medically fragile patients first? Or sorry, not patients. I'm reverting to my healthcare background, not patients, excuse me, as medically fragile students first.
That is a requirement currently that's under the guidelines, that we must offer them the ability to have the 100% distance learning if they are medically fragile.
Okay, and then we would try to keep, we have the shared value of trying to keep them at their home school or with a teacher from their school, but then if at the time their lottery number got pulled, there wasn't space there, they would go into a group that would go into other space available somewhere else in the district. But then potentially there's still a condition where there's just not a space at all in distance learning. Is that right?
That could be correct.
And so then at that point, what happens with that student? The parents already said they're not comfortable sending their child back to school. They're left with phasing as their only choice. Do they have a choice for independent study? Do they withdraw their student? Like what happens at that point?
We would take a look to see if we have a large enough parents and students that we're not able to accommodate, then we could possibly look at shifting staff around. I think some of those questions we're not able to answer right now because we don't know those numbers. We're trying to give as much options and choice as possible. Yeah. home study might be an option still available. That would be an area that we could perhaps increase a teacher and shift a teacher around with as the last possible option for a parent if they're not able to get into the distance learning. Because the other piece we're matching with, we do have staff that are in need of 100% distance learning as well due to their medical conditions. So we are trying to, you know, continue that commitment that will allow them to teach in distance learning and match those numbers up.
And does our, I guess you've already covered that our ability to potentially do that is probably more so the longer we're in distance learning, just because we get the routines established and then we're using our schools to try and manage the problem of shifting into distance learning versus at large to try and do that now, essentially.
And there really is just that shift, you know, if we keep in the thought that we all shifted into distance learning in March and no one has been in their classroom since March. And so slowly bringing the teachers back in to even be able to work in their own environment again and to adjust their classroom takes some time. So I think as we start in distance learning and more teachers come into the school setting and set up in their classroom and begin rearranging their classrooms and working out the details of the campus, there will be an increased comfort level in some sense as we continue to move forward before we get into an in-person. You know, right now I know many of our questions from parents are that reassurance that we have all of our health conditions in place and we're still working through those. So, you know, the further along we get, the more reassurance we can say, yes, we have this, we've received all of our PPE. So I do believe there will be some shift in the numbers of parents staying in the hybrid model once we get to that point.
Yeah, almost surely based on the comments we've gotten, huh? Okay. Yeah, I'll just express that as a concern. Like that concerns me a lot, that we would get to a point where somebody who really wasn't comfortable coming back. And I guess, to be frank, that you're absolutely right. That's true for me for staff, and that's true for me for students. That's a big concern for me, that we'd get to a point where somebody wasn't comfortable coming back and we didn't have a spot for them. So I know that we've got huge constraints around that logistics wise and funding wise, but I'm just, that's a big one for me in trying to figure out what to do here equitably, and going back when we don't have a solution for everybody who's not ready to go back is a big concern. Okay, so that's my two. Oh, sorry.
Before we go back through the board again, can we hear public comments?
I was just going to say, so do we need a bio break before we go to public comments? I know we've been going for what, 3.5 hours. So everybody.
Yes. Yes, please.
Yes, please. Okay, so can we do 3 minutes? Everybody good with 3 minutes? Okay, yes. 3 minutes, and try to be back, and we'll do public comment as soon as we come back. Thank you all. Yes, okay. Public comment. Leslie, could I get a count on the public comment when you get a chance, please?
Yes, I believe we have 22 public comments at this point.
Okay. So what would you guys like to do? You want to keep it at 3? Would you like to do 2 tonight? We're kind of right on the cusp here.
I'm okay with 3. I think most people don't take the full 3 minutes, but I'm very open to 2 also. It's yeah, so.
I prefer still 2 though, because 25 comments is about 15 minutes.
Fair enough, sure.
Well, Sir Sylvia, anyone want to weigh in?
Are you muted, Phyllis?
I think Phyllis saying she doesn't have a preference.
Oh.
Muted still.
Sylvia, any druthers?
I mean, yeah, I kind of feel like most people don't take the whole 3 minutes, so I'm more open to it, but I'm also okay with 2 minutes.
We'll say 3, but we'll just ask the public, please keep it short if you can. And if you just want to +1 what somebody else said, we're good with that. And we're gonna, Leslie's gonna keep time and ring a bell, hopefully close to the microphone enough for all of us to hear it. So when it goes off, if you can please finish the sentence you're on, but that needs to be it, and wrap up, that would be great. As a reminder, any public comments that have been submitted where somebody's not here to speak for themselves, they will be forwarded to the board in their entirety after the meeting, okay? So Leslie, if we can get the first set of names.
We've got Debbie Stoddard, followed by Joyce Fisher, followed by Semele Heller, followed by Jocelyn Yeh. So if the four of you would please raise your hands.
Okay, so Debbie Stoddard, if you're with us.
I'm ready.
Great.
So I'm
Welcome.
Debbie Stoddard. I'm a primary teacher in the district and a member of the faculty advisory teachers working with the district to try to figure all this out. I would like to ask the board to adopt remote learning through the end of 2020, aligning with the middle school semester, aligning with many districts in the Bay Area. The reasons are many. The situation has not improved since we closed in March. The pandemic is continuing unabated and in fact is worsening. Positivity rates continue to climb, and the wait time for test results makes tracing nearly impossible. Major League Baseball has started, and by the way, money's no object. Fake fans, fake crowd noise, daily test error, and a roster of minor league players to step in for infected players. Even the MLB cannot stop the spread among their small rosters. One team down already, canceled games, players who are setting bad examples of social distancing and mask wearing. Our site has 700 real students and nearly 40 staff. Limited testing, delayed testing, and no roster of teachers to step in for infected teachers, and no promise of improvements in the near future, and the positivity rates keep going up. Basketball is in a bubble. No one goes out, no one comes in, safely sequestered. One player left. He came back positive. Testing prevented a break in the bubble. Will testing be available for us? It only takes one. Currently, my bubble is 3. I can't see my son, he's an ER nurse. Traveling to see my daughter is fraught with risk. My husband is asthmatic and I'm 64. This week I witnessed 4 CUSD families loading up the vans with beach equipment. Many kids, no masks or socially distancing. We aren't committed yet as a community to mitigate spread. No promise of all of us making responsible choices. Again, it only takes one. Setting a minimum span for remote learning until the end of 2020 allows families and staff to plan, prepare, and delve into a solid, reliable schedule for learning. It gives time for our nation to hopefully get the pandemic under control. It gives the district time to get safety measures in place. It gives our community time to take all mitigation measures seriously. The idea of moving in and out of remote learning is risky, disruptive, and unsettling, and frankly scary. I want to return to the classroom. Remote learning will not be the same, but I want the community to know I've been planning all summer, compiling lessons and activities to build community, care for the social needs of my students, promote thinking, and to move my students forward in their learning. I teach with great integrity, seeking to do what is right for each and every student. What is right now is to create a span of time in which I can set aside the fears and the unknowns of the pandemic and focus on the social and academic needs of my 24 second graders. Option 1 best fits where we are now. And by the way, some feedback on reading A to Z. It allows teachers to assess their reading level and assign appropriate texts. It's used for intervention, extra reading practice, and interesting text for our high flyers. It is a critical tool that many of us use to provide further intervention to bring reading comprehension up to grade level standards. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Debbie. Okay, so next I have Joyce Fisher.
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Okay. I would like the board to take the October 16th hybrid start date off the options list. Honestly, there is little chance that our county will make significant progress in meeting the minimal safety parameters to be able to open schools safely in just 7 weeks. In my professional opinion as a teacher, one thing we should offer students is some form of consistency. Let students and teachers benefit from distance education for several months. Acknowledge the significant effort teachers are putting into distant learning. Give students and teachers a better chance to come back to school when it is safe to do so, which might happen in January if our community puts more effort into stopping the spread of COVID-19. Second, I want to remind you that a 12-inch laptop is not sufficient equipment to teach remotely. That's all that I have to teach. I have an iPad and a 12-inch laptop. We need to have the equipment needed to teach remotely. And finally, please note that I have not visited my son and daughter-in-law because it's not safe to do so. I have not visited my in-laws or other family members because it is not safe to do so. I did not go to Hawaii to celebrate my 35th anniversary because it is not safe to do so. I do not even go visit friends in the community because it is not safe to do so. I want to return to my classroom. I want to teach my students, but not until it is safe to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. Next, I have Semele Heller.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can.
There we go. Hi, I am a CUSD parent. I am not a teacher. I am not a staff member. Thank you, Stacy and company, for laying out the 3 options for the board to consider. I strongly urge the board to select option 1. Please commit now to distance learning until the first trimester ends in January. Option 1 will allow our teachers to focus on teaching rather than forcing them to rush into figuring out how to make hybrid work. Just as importantly, it will allow us to see what the coronavirus does once cold and flu seasons start to ramp up. Please keep our students and teachers safe and let them focus on learning while we see where this virus takes us. Also, I'm really concerned about what Jeff had to tell us tonight about our aging infrastructure and HVAC. According to what he said, there aren't even any agreed upon safety standards. Are you all comfortable telling me that my child and your children and all of our teachers and staff are going to be safe in our many, many classrooms across this district that have no windows or limited windows, and with our aging HVAC systems? Jeff, you said you're doing everything you possibly can. I appreciate that that's the truth, and this is in no way any criticism of you and your staff, but that is not enough. I'm also very frustrated that this is the 3rd board meeting in a row that I'm making a public comment requesting that you please tell us what criteria are you going to use to move us from phase 1 to phase 2 and forward. We need to know the criteria. We cannot possibly make decisions about keeping our families safe and about what makes sense if you don't tell us how you are going to make this shift from phase to phase. It is deeply unfair to not let us know this. I just want to close and urge you, please do not gamble with my son's life. Please do not gamble with anybody's life. Open in option 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Semele. Next, we have Jocelyn Ye.
Jocelyn, if you could raise your hand if you're here, otherwise we'll just submit the comment to the board at another time.
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Okay, great. My phone has been running low with the power. So hi, everyone. I'm also a CUSD parent. Thank you, board member, for working this hard and late today. So as a parent, I'm a big advocate for safety and health first. So tonight, I'm going to focus on the quality of distance learning. I'm looking up to your expertise for providing some guidance here. First is we are 2 weeks away from the first day of school. So how can we, both parents and students, start preparing for the big shift from 100% instructional time under the school supervision to only 50% instructional, 50% independent study in the current plan? And how can we get some comfort level, like on-campus learning, knowing the 4-year curriculum that has been well established? And we also know that we are on track under this distance learning model. So we don't know the time frame when we're gonna go back to school. So I would rather the board can kind of work on the assumption, what if we have to go through a full year distance learning? Are we able to kind of catch up with a 4-year curriculum based on the guidance that we'll be providing? Secondly, I'm also want to kind of mention about the current program proposal. I'm also curious about what's the thought process behind the 100 minutes for the academic life periods, and another 100 minutes, which is open right now for independent study, office hour, and others. I do appreciate that we're gonna have a daily 50 minutes of the PE. So the reason for me to bring this up is I'm just kind of curious that based on our experiences from March and June, it's a very loose structure. So I'm also curious of whether we can try to make our new model more robust and more structured, whether there's any flexibility of shifting 15 minutes from the 100 minutes program today for independent work, office hour pool, and shift that to become another live session for the board to consider, using the time to structure for a program like, social development or other academic focus, so we can have a more structured program compared to the current one that's being proposed. Again, the option can be open, can be social development, can be leadership development, or other academic focus. But what I'm asking for here now is a one more live period to be added by shifting 15 minutes from the 100-minute pool. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jocelyn. Leslie, could I get the next 4 names, please?
Absolutely. Sophia Schilling, June Nee, N-I, Dahlia Schilling, Ido Lustig.
Okay, so I have Sophia Schilling up first, please. And actually, if your name was just called, if you could go ahead and raise your hand so staff can find you when it's your turn, that's super helpful.
Sophia, if you'd raise your hand. We're going to move on. June Nee, N-I, if you'd raise your hand.
Hi, can you
Hi.
hear me?
We
Hi.
can.
Okay, great. Hi, board member and everyone. My name is June, and I have a 5th grader and 8th grader this year. So first, I would like to thank you all for being so open to the feedbacks from parents. So I worked with a group of parent volunteers to brainstorm ideas for quality distance learning. So today, I actually want to share with you the survey results that we gathered from a broader group of Lawson parents. So one thing that we actually all want is would like the district to focus at this moment in the quality of distant learning, because coming back to school is actually far in sight. So the biggest concerns from parents is in regards with the quality of learning. So parents are concerned about whether the students can get the same amount of learning as in the regular school time. And also, how is that 250 minutes instructional time distributed? This especially raised the concern of using the self-learning or homework to replace teacher-led learning. And parents are also requesting teachers to share curriculum plans for the school year, as we always do in the back to school night. And also on top of that, if it's possible, to share the weekly or bi-weekly curriculum plan to the parents and the kids, because we have such a disconnect compared to the school time. There are also a lot of suggestions on small group learnings, because for example, like having a smaller groups doing the interactive sessions, or form study groups or project groups for offline discussions. There are also questions about assessing the quality of distant learning. Say, parents are suggesting to bring back the regular grading system, and also probably have more quiz or tests just to take a pulse of how the students are doing. And also another thing is about communication back to the students and parents in a timely fashion. There are also screen time concerns, especially for the younger kids, because parents are suggesting whether it's possible to provide options for physical textbooks or homework on paper. In terms of communications, parents are also suggesting like monthly school level parent survey for feedbacks. And we do want to hear about concerns from teachers as well, because that's important to us. So because parents are willing to help when teachers need help. Another thing is about resourcing. The resourcing from district and school for centralizing the resource and share the best practices among teachers, because we know teachers actually spent a lot of time last year to digitize existing content. So that will be very helpful. And also, it's like trainings on the soft skills to students and teachers. For students, like time management, how to prioritize, and also to the teachers on how to manage like online sessions, large online sessions, because it's going to be different from how the school setting will be. Social-wise, parents are thinking about virtual clubs, and also possibly on-site small group clubs with social distancing considered. So those are the super high level summary of the 3 minutes for that 3-minute session that I have. So we have emailed the details of the proposal and the feedbacks to the board through email earlier today. So you're welcome to take a look. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, June. All right, and next I have Dahlia Schilling. Dahlia, if you can please raise your hand to help staff find you. And after that will be Ido Lustig, if you could also raise your hand.
Hey, Ido.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Thank you. Let me start by thanking the board members for putting in so much effort into ensuring we make the most of this unfortunate situation we were all forced into, and for letting me speak today. I wanted to touch upon attendance checking in low elementary school grades. Given that for the foreseen future, all students, including grades K through 3, are going to be practicing distant learning, and given that it is hard for them to manage distant learning themselves, many working parents had to come up with solutions for their at-home kids. That was done aiming to allow children to properly learn and socialize while parents work. Many families have 2 working parents who cannot skip work and are required to come up with an arrangement for their kids. We understand that children's participation is needed for the district to be funded. With that in mind, we would like to ask that young children, many grades K and 1, will be allowed to meet with their teacher once a week and submit weekly tasks that will demonstrate their progress, while not requiring them to participate in the daily Zoom or Google Hangout meetings. That will allow parents who choose so to have their children take part in alternative paid solutions and return to full or partial in-person learning in their designated class when phases 2 and 3 arrive. People need to work. They need to feed their families and are also entitled to return to their assigned school and teacher once we are able to move on to hybrid learning. It is to the best of our understanding that some schools and nearby districts allow that option while others don't. And we ask that such alternative would be considered for our district as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ido. And Leslie, did we not identify the Schillings? We weren't able to find them?
No, I do not think so. If you're still in the audience, either of the Schilling family members, if you'd raise your hand, otherwise we're going to move on.
Okay, and while we're pausing there, can you give me 4 more names, please?
Absolutely. Jason Sit, S-I-T, Sonia Patel, Stacy Banerjee, and Y-U. And I see that Jason has raised his hand.
Great.
Thank you, Jason. Hello, Jason. Jason, if you could raise your hand again.
Yes.
We can hear you. Welcome.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the board for the time. And I'm a parent for 2 kids. One's at elementary, one is middle school. So while we will spend much of time in distance learning this coming academic year, there are 3 main questions I want to pose and some suggestions. First, what are the concrete and specific steps and procedure for the district to ensure everyone must follow in order to comply to the state requirements? I know that you talk about also the preschool kids that they can go on site, but how do you ensure that they are also complying with that safety in case that when we have our regular student go back to school and they all are safe, or vice versa, how would they ensure the regular school kids are compliant and protect the preschooler? So I like to see more concrete step procedure on that from the district. Number two, how will you rearrange the expenses and budget so we can focus on getting the student the best resources and robust platforms? So I see that there's a lot of suggestion getting some new equipment or getting some PPE and things like that. I know that some expenses have expiration date. So how I want to see more concrete, perhaps more transparent into a budget on each kind of level and see how much that we're purchasing in terms of these kind of supplies. And thank you for information about some of the suggestion going outdoor and things like that. Those are all expenses. I'd like to see some numbers on it. So how are we gonna fit our budgets as we are really in terms of budget really tight? Even though we don't get the 10% cut this time, but how are we gonna rearrange for that, compensate it? If we are all doing distance learning. And also that the time, I believe, even though the state doesn't require the school to have a live sessions, there's no requirements, but I believe it's very important to have a live streaming, live instructions. I've heard in the past a teacher telling us that they're doing very minimum, there's no assignment, they don't even do any live instruction because it's not required. I believe that is not a California distinguished school districts intentions to have instructor telling us like that. I mean, we should be above the standard instead of not the requirement, but above the requirement. We should devote those time. Number three, I highly recommend to form a task force immediately, include experts and community volunteers or parents who are also talented and the cream of the crops in the Bay Area of the high-tech field.
Thank you, Jason.
And recommend plan and solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, next I have Sonia Patel.
Yeah, we don't see Sonia. Sonia, if you're here still, if you'd raise your hand, please. I think we'll move on to Stacy.
Okay, Stacy Banerjee.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Stacy Banerjee. I'm a CUSD parent. I'm alarmed in some of the things I'm hearing this evening. I think there's a lot of moving away from what was planned and what I thought was committed. I hope you as the board members are equally alarmed. Now, let me go through my prepared comments, and then if there's extra time, I'll come back to that alarm that I have. I would like to remind everyone that the way we got to the present sorry state of affairs is through the denial of the hard steps needed and choosing to inhabit a fantasy land of half steps. The science says children transmit the disease, and from age 10 and above, transmit on par with adults. And while all children may not get acutely ill, the incomplete understanding on long-term effects would make it irresponsible for us to proceed on the assumption there are none. Opening the schools will also endanger teachers, families, and the broader community in which we live. We demand a first-class distance learning solution with stability of teachers, long-term commitment of the student-teacher relationship, and the minimum commitment of a semester versus the start and stop dynamic, which has led in all spheres of society to nothing but the aggravation of the crisis, and a frustration with CUSD and the school board over a lack of focus on improving distance learning. In other words, If the board at this time is planning to direct the district to commit to phase 1 of the 4-phase model for less than an entire semester, please reinstate the original plans to offer 100% distance learning option from the start of the school year for families who want it. Families who do not want to be disrupted in the middle of all these changes because we cannot lead, because we cannot direct decisions. Those students do not deserve to not know what's happening for the next semester. Those students do not deserve, in the case of a middle school student, a change of up to possibly 7 different teachers and an entire set of different classmates. Especially for families with students age 10 and above. And then let's focus the effort there, offering this 100% distance learning option from the start of the school year. If you cannot commit to a full semester in distance learning for everyone, then for whoever wants it, let's offer that and let's focus the effort there on a much improved distance learning program. Now, I don't know how much time I have left, but I'm going to go back to my alarm. My alarm lies in the removal of the distance learning option from the start of the school year for everyone who wants it. My further heightened alarm is about this lottery, the notion that there's a potential spot for people who want a distance learning seat. This is a public health crisis. This is not a time to offer lotteries and potential seats. Everyone who wants to be in distance learning gets it. The notion that you might later on break out the kids who start the school year spending 2 weeks getting to know their teachers into a separate group with new teachers, new students, it's not okay. These kids deserve a commitment from the beginning. I think the other thing is October 16th is too early to bring students back. The full semester is better. If you want to consider breaking it out, put the middle school kids on the semester and the elementary kids on the trimester, given that's their natural report card breakout. And I think other countries have tried things like bringing some of the younger kids back first.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I have you. Why you?
You, if you'd raise your hand, why you?
Yeah, I have raised my hand. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, please.
Oh, great. Hi, thank you, board members and staff members. Thank you for spending the night with us introducing your plans. I'm a CUSD parent. My son is going to Lawson Middle School. And I have 2 comments to make. The first one is based on today's discussion on the 3 options of when to transit to hybrid mode. And I strongly support the other parents who request for option 1, because the other options are disruptive and it's distracting for students and the teachers to focus on learning through the distance learning model. And the second comment I want to make is about the communication. This is a lesson we learned from the spring semester, where we know that now to make distance learning effective as in-school education, students, teachers, and parents must work as a team to make this working. So from the school board meeting last 2 weeks ago and today's meeting, we don't see detailed plans or action items to guide the schools and teachers how to improve the distance learning. We only hear about the schedule. So now I put down a few action items and hope the board members and staff members will consider. First is about the communication between parents and the board members. We would recommend to have a monthly or bi-monthly survey to the school parents about their feedback on how the distance learning are being executed in their schools for their students, for their kids. And I think the board members are discussing about office hours. This will be providing effective feedback from the parents of the school district, and we can make improvement happen. Second level of communication is between parent and school. And we recommend we resume the monthly principal office coffee hours at each school so that the principal on site could learn how their distance learning is executed in the particular school and how each teacher's feedback are, so we can improve locally. Third level communication is between parents and teachers. we request for virtual back to school night to get to know about how the distance learning will affect the yearly curriculum plan and how specific adjustment has been made by the teachers. And we also request a weekly curriculum plan to be updated 1 week ahead on the parent view and student view, so that students, especially the middle school students, they can learn how to pre-study and to make the distance learning live sessions more productive. And we also request the tests and homework to be published on parent view and student view as well, so that the students will know and will avoid the last minute chaos. The next thing we request is to make all the students, ask all the teachers to use the parent view as a standard channel for communications between parents. Because for spring semester, we jump around between so many apps, and parents, it's hard to track what's going on. The students are confused. We need a central point.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, you. Leslie, can I get 4 more names, please?
Yes. Ying, Yu, Meow, Barbara Woolley, Stephen Fisher, Rim Jim. So Ying, Yu, Meow, if you could please raise your hand.
Thank you.
I think we'll move on. I don't see a hand raised. Barbara Woolley, her hand is raised. Hey, Barbara.
Hello, good evening, everybody.
Welcome.
I wanted to ask about technology that we will need to efficiently and successfully teach this fall. I'm referring to items such as cameras, camera stands, and microphones. This spring was, quote, crisis teaching. Teachers used makeshift setups to live teach and make videos for their students. I know that I used my cell phone, stacks of books, an old desk lamp, and a milk crate to make my YouTube instructional videos. This certainly was not ideal. I know that I will need more sophisticated technology in order to present high quality, real-time lessons and make more advanced and innovative instructional videos. There's no question that teachers will need these items to teach from the classroom and from home when and if that becomes necessary. The question is, will the district provide these necessary items or provide teachers with the funds to purchase the items that they're going to need? Time is running out. We'll begin working with students in 2 short weeks. Teachers will need the opportunity to set up their teaching spaces as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Barbara. And next, I think we have Stephen Fisher.
Hi, Stephen.
There we go. Hi, everybody.
Welcome.
I would like to say, first off, before I speak with you, just really fast, all my fellow members of the community, I live in the community as well. And I think it's important to remember that a vast majority of us, staff and parents and students alike, we would like schools to safely reopen. And I implore everybody, we know what we have to do in order to make that happen. We know that we need to follow the guidelines, we know what the metrics we have to hit are, and we know how we can help. And I think it's important that we act in manners that will allow us to get back to school safely. And if that means that we can't go out to see our friends, if that means we don't get to travel and go to the parks that we would love to go visit, then that's the price we all pay to collectively be able to resume life in some form of normalcy. Now, with that said, members of the board, I actually have to apologize as well as say thank you. Many of you, a couple of weeks ago, I invited to come and watch me, my team, and my department work. As we are some of those who work with the students who are the highest need students. And I apologize because through a accidental thing on my end, I forgot to send out reminder emails to some of you directly. For those who were able to come, I am beyond grateful, and from my team and from all of those who were observed, thank you for coming and watching us work. We have spent countless hours during the workday, and as a union person, it pains me to say this, outside of the workday too, preparing, practicing, and just being ready to deliver instructions to our students. As we stand here and kind of say, hey, we're not ready to go back to learning safely, it's very important that every student has the right to a high quality education. And just because we are stuck in these horrible situations does not mean that we as educators have any less responsibility. And I just want to say that I am very proud of the work I have put in. I am proud of the fact that I can sit here and listen to my mom be on meetings and be on trainings and be practicing nonstop. And I know that some people do more than others, but I think it's important to remember that as we move forward, all members of the community as well as the board, remember, educators, we are putting in countless and amounts of hour practice and so on, just being ready for distance learning. And as we move forward, we are ready to utilize that as we maintain teaching to deliver the quality education that our students not only deserve, but are entitled to. And with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. And next, I think we have Rim Jim.
Correct. Rim Jim, hello. If you'd unmute yourself, please. Perfect.
Hi. Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Hello, welcome.
Hi. So thanks for giving me the opportunity to present my view. My main concern is regarding lotteries, which you just spoke in earlier slides. So I think it is really unfair that during this pandemic condition, we have, such a lottery. At any point of time, education should be in favor of students and families. It's really concerning to know that there may be a scenario where a student may not get a chance for distance learning. What is the student supposed to do then? Withdraw from school? So request you to please consider distance learning for the full academic year for students who wish to have it. It would be good if we focus on in-school learning only for those who need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rim. And Leslie, can I get the next set of names from you, please?
Yes, you may. Roy Lavan, Shahar Jamji, Ravit Zingerman, and Stacy Jacob. Thank you, Roy, for raising your hand. If the others could please do the same.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm a parent. I have two sons in school. One is going to second grade. The other is supposed to start kindergarten. And first, I want to thank the board and the staff for the hard work managing through these times. And congratulations, everyone. Today is the first day that we are out of the county watch list. This is new. Let me start by saying that I fully support thinking about health and safety first. This is a pandemic that happens once in a century, and we need to beat it. And I understand the points from teachers and parents that want option one and stay distant learning through 2020. However, we have many families that feel differently, and you leave us, my feeling is that you're leaving us hanging with no choice. Many parents like me and my wife feel that we were left alone in this battle by the distant learning of the district and the county. Distance learning for kindergarten through second grade isn't really learning. It forces parents like us to ensure kids attend the meeting and spend a lot of time during the day teaching them. For working parents, how do you think that can happen? I also think that this would deepen the inequality in the county. Families like us who can afford attending private schools and tutors will be okay, but the weakest in our district will not be able to work. My son goes to Sunnyvale camp organized by the city. He wears a mask and keeps social distancing in stable groups, and that worked well, very well. The idea that I wanted to raise is to open school locations in a similar way to that camp for small groups to do distance learning still, but as a group, and have some staff that ensures that they are safe on premise at the school. What I'm struggling to understand is our county is home to some of the richest people in the country. the government is passing a bill to help districts financially. Why can't we afford and find budget to open these study groups and hire staff? I'm sure if we open a fund, many would donate and help fund this cause. The last thing is that parents need to have choices. And right now, these current plans are leaving us, working families to K-2, no choice besides going private. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. And next, I believe we have Shahar.
Shahar Jamji.
Thank
Shahar, we've permitted talking. If you could unmute yourself. Jamji, if you'd please unmute yourself. Okay, I think we'll move on. If Ravit is here, if you'd please raise your hand. Or Stacy Jacob, if you'd please raise your hand. Should we take the next group, Lori?
Sure, yes. And then if any of those people identify themselves, we can circle back.
We'll loop them back in, yep. The next one is Sree, S-R-E-E, Sampath, followed by Nisha, followed by Bhavani or Bhavini Kamarshi, followed by Sudha Kamasetti.
Okay, I have Sri Sampath, please. Sri, if you can raise your hand, that helps staff find you. Thank you.
And
hi, can you hear me?
We can, welcome.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So first of all, thanks to the board for presenting all the options and everything. Definitely, it's been an experience, a learning experience for me at least. So my comment is this: considering that the schools are expected to operate in distance learning mode, at least for the foreseeable future, even though the state does not mandate any minimums for live instruction, I want to understand what is the bare minimum for CUSD. So I saw a note in the presentation that said that, yeah, the state really doesn't mandate any minimums for live instruction. That said, what is the bare minimum for CUSD? In addition, what is being done to ensure engagement from students? This almost feels like a school year that will be in transition for the most part, with very little stability for the teachers or students or parents, basically the entire school community. So I know you guys presented all the options and that's great, but I am hoping that the school district is planning to be in distance learning for the entire school year. That will help with the stability aspects. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Shri. Next, we have Nisha.
So I don't see Nisha in the audience or raising your hand. So Nisha, if you're there. Okay, so we're gonna move on to Bhavini.
Hello, thank you to the school administrators and the board for trying to work through an ever-changing situation and come up with creative solutions to deal with it. I am a parent of an 8th grader and I appreciate you giving me a chance to express my thoughts. First of all, as you all know, school's starting in less than 2 weeks. So we should be focusing on right now on just getting remote learning right. And if we do get it right, the benefit of that is that parents and students, if they're happy with how remote learning is going, there will be less pressure to start in-person school early. I think, well, we really do need a robust and meaningful remote learning plan in place. It needs to be first class and quality. I haven't seen anything in today's presentations about what a typical week will look like. But if the current plan is to go with the schedule put out for the last board meeting, then I would say that that's completely unacceptable. Having carried out an unofficial poll of my fellow parents, most parents have no idea of what remote learning will look like. For middle schoolers, 3 periods of 50 minutes each for 4 days of the week is absolutely not adequate. Let us make sure we have close to normal, direct, synchronous instruction for all 5 days of the week. Our high schools are offering a much more robust schedule, and I hope we can too. Synchronous teaching is important, with teachers being on camera and being present, just so that our kids can focus and don't get distracted. In addition, I hope we also have a full level of assessment, grading, and feedback for students and families. I'd like the board the other point I wanted to make was that our high schools, summer camps, and other learning institutions are running classes virtually in much the same way as in person. We have awesome qualified teachers, and I'm 100% confident that they can deliver a first-rate, full-day remote learning experience. I'd like the board and the CUSD to remember that teachers are essential workers. We need them to teach our kids, albeit virtually, 100% as normal, and be with our kids on camera so that we can do 100% of our jobs. Children thrive more academically, socially, and emotionally with an engaging curriculum taught in person. Our children need to have a robust and as close to normal virtual experience to have a semblance of normalcy in this difficult situation. And so do we as parents, since we depend on them, on our teachers to engage our children so that we can continue with our work.
Thank you, Bhavini. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavini. Next we have Sudha Kasamseti.
Hi, can you hear me?
Can, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. And once again, as everybody said, thanks to all the board members for all the efforts that you're putting in and for putting this together today. My request today is on the distance learning survey that we conducted and received from more than 300 parents. My request is we send to the board with all the output. I don't want to go through each and every point today, but we actually regrouped, read through all the more than 300 comments and suggestions from our parents as to what worked and what they would love to see. We regrouped for elementary and middle in terms of curriculum ideas, office hours, assignments and tests, and how we can make use of parent volunteers, small groups teaching, synchronous and asynchronous ideas, parent-teacher feedback, collaboration, and specifically for middle school in terms of how we can make it more robust. Our request again is if board can go through again, I can send you the document one more time to be at top of your inboxes, and see if you can forward it to our teachers who are extremely working hard to make this happen for us, and see if they can use that list as a checkpoint, and let us know how else we can help you in helping our kids and giving that robust distance learning when school starts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudha. And then Leslie, I think I need 4 more names.
I actually think I have just one more name. I'm going to check the submissions. And yes, we have one more on this agenda item. It's Anat Lichten.
Okay. And I guess we'll go ahead and make that our final call for public comments on this item. So Anat, if you can please raise your hand.
Anat, if you'd unmute yourself, we're ready for you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, and welcome.
Hi, so thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. I'm a parent who unofficially, after talking to many parents in my environment, represent those whose children did not have a positive experience with the distance learning, especially the young elementary school age children. And we as parents were concerned about the social emotional development of our kids due to the lack of in-person interaction with their peers and their teachers. And we're also concerned about their academic progress. And we feel that the academic progress has been hindered by the fact that most of their work was done without a teacher in the background to support their learning. The office hour was a concept that did not work with our young children. We ask that you do everything possible and work toward finding solutions geared toward reopening of in-person school, such as utilizing outdoor spaces, using small groups, a limited schedule, wearing masks, keeping social distancing, all of the things that can make sure that we are both safe and providing our kids with the essential service that they need. And also keeping in mind that this is what the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics and other health professionals recommend. We all have friends in private schools who are ready to open in-person studying, and we're saddened to see that our children will not be afforded the same opportunity. In the meantime, I want to focus on the quality of distance learning. I agree 100% with the speaker that was, I think, two before me, who talked about the robust synchronous teaching time that is needed. I believe that the independent student work, if it's not structured and it's not supervised in real time by a teacher who can answer questions, engage the students' engagement in real time, just like they do in their classroom, it's no different than plain homework. So independent work is fine with us parents for learning, but only if it's in a virtual classroom environment. Only if there's a teacher live on camera there to make sure that the children are engaged, that they participate, and that they're focused on their task that they need to do. Other school districts have already provided daily schedule for each grade level, and we have yet to see any specific information from Cupertino School District as to what the number of minutes of synchronous teaching is going to be. I believe that it is crucial that teachers will be there for a full school day learning live on camera. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, and so with that, we're going to conclude public comment on this item. So I would suggest at this point, do people have more need for clarifying questions, or are we ready to begin a discussion?
I have a few questions, Lori, that the various speakers have brought up. So I do have a few clarifying questions.
Okay, so let's do another round robin of clarifying questions. And if you've got 3 on your list and you're only supposed to do 2, go ahead and just do your 3. So, okay, so let's see, Sylvia, I think, right? Yes.
Jerry can go first. I'm still gathering my thoughts.
Well, we can go in order of, was it Satish and...
Okay, so we'll go to Satish and then we can circle back to Sylvia. That's fine. Okay, go ahead, Satish.
I can go, yeah. So I know that like we've been talking about the wait list in the homeschooling or distance learning kind of. So is there a provision for us to accommodate all these requests? Like let's say, because we don't know how many people are going to ask us the homeschooling or how many people are going to ask us for the complete distance learning. So rather than restricting it to a certain number, if that significant amount of people are going to, or number of people are going to request for a distance learning, is there a room for us to, play around and move more supporting infrastructure there? Because it'll be hard for forcing when they don't have an option, right? So my request is that rather than we capping, is there something which we can do? Because I don't know, that's not very clear, I guess, in the presentation. Stacey, you want to have something?
Yeah, so our intent with looking at the different phases or different options with the distance learning, if we are committing if the option 1 were to be approved and said we're going to commit to the January 1, then we really would continue as we are right now. We wouldn't have that 100% distance learning option available at this point, but we would have the home study option. The reasoning for that is because if we offered the 100% distance learning option now, we know that families would choose it and would cause us to do the restructuring, reshuffling of our staffing and placement. We also know that come the semester in January, that's probably going to happen again, and so that would be 2 disruptions to the cycle. So we're really trying to minimize the amount of disruption. So we would allow everyone to stay as they are with their homeschool now. We would do the shuffling that one time in January. If we do the option earlier, where we're doing the October 16th, that's such a short time frame that, again, we recognize that there's going to continually be parents that are opting in for one of the 3 options. That shift is going to continue throughout. So we're just trying to minimize it, but it would be too frequent to do it now and then do it again in 9 weeks. So we're just trying to form some stability where we're not continually shifting staff around and shifting parents around or telling parents no. We really do want to try to provide, you know, that continuity and sense of belonging at some point. And so that's really where we're weighing all of those different options. And I know there was a comment about not saying we weren't going to offer the 100% distance learning now. That really would be as if we're looking at those later dates to end our distance learning and look at the other options. If we're looking at that October as our target date of distance learning, then we would offer the 100% now to start that shuffling.
Okay, the second question is, are we still going to have the CAC continue to meet and discuss and make the decisions, or that is not there going to be? CAC, Citizen Advisory Committee, specifically looking for the reopening.
I'm sorry, my end is freezing, so maybe if you can repeat it, or
yeah. So CAC, right? We have been having CAC meetings, and okay. So are we continuing to have CAC to discuss the options, or or the periodically assess the situation and make the right call, or we are pretty much going with the current or the board decision and continue?
So just to, our CAC is our community advisory group that we haven't started yet to looking at the budget and facility. We have our advisory group. I think that may be the one you're referring to.
I'm sorry. Yeah, advisory. Yeah, it's specifically, I'm not talking about the budget portion of, I'm specifically on the school opening part.
So we are continuing with our advisory group. We have continued to meet with them through the summer. We'll continue to use that group to kind of do the focus and flare and continue to develop our plans. We still have our FAC group that we'll continue to meet with. We have our DLAC groups that we're meeting with. So we're going to continue all those stakeholder input as we continue along. That's not going to change, as well as our town hall meetings. We really do see the value, even when one decision is made, there's still so many other pieces out there that we need to continue to receive the feedback from.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So Sylvia, do you want us to come back to you, or you want us to loop all the way around through first?
Sure, I can jump in. I had a question about some of the comments we've gotten about the class schedules and things like that. And I know right now, Stacy, there's the bargaining teams are meeting, right? So some of those things are still being hammered out. Can I ask kind of a bigger umbrella question about it, which is the plan to have some sort of structured schedule, school-wide, grade-wise, class-wise, site-wise, like, or is it still kind of, in pre-COVID times, teachers, kind of have that flexibility to manage their day schedule. With the new reality, how much are we putting, there's this desire to see this structure that's across the grade or across the classes or whatever, but I'm not sure in terms of how that is being hammered out right now.
Yeah, And that is all that's being worked through with Allison and her group and the negotiation team as well. Is so the schedules that we shared last board meeting as kind of those draft schedules and that have continued to be worked on really are that framework, because we do want to allow some flexibility within that workday, but ensuring that we're meeting all the requirements. So as we continue to develop the schedules, those would be shared from, as teachers do, they typically would share a schedule for their classroom environment for the week. Nothing will change along that line. The framework that Allison's developing really is ensuring that all of those components are met, and then what that looks like within the day. The middle schools is more challenging just because students have the 6 classes that they need to get through, and really felt like we needed that structure for the entire day. So the structures there is a framework, but it does allow some flexibility.
And when will we have, when is there a date that we'll get some sort of presentation on that?
We could bring those back at the next board meeting, because these next 2 weeks before students return, our principals are all back on board this week. Our teachers return next week, so we have a lot of our time to work with our staff to really share with them before we bring those forward. So at our next board meeting, we'd be able to share the schedules.
Okay. Laura, do you want me to hit through all my questions, or do you want to just do another round?
If you've got a couple more, go ahead. We'll get through clarifying questions and then we'll move on.
I had a question about some parent participation. I know it came up in the comments as well as some of the emails that we've gotten the last couple weeks. We have such an engaged and active parent community, and a lot of them who've been volunteering for years, and they're ready and they're eager to volunteer. But I also know that we have these restrictions where you know, it's different when you have a parent in the classroom with the teacher versus, you know, having a parent without the teacher there. So I guess I'm wondering, has that come up in any of your conversations with the county, with like the other school districts? Because I know you're meeting with other superintendents. Like, is there any flexibility or leeway to allow for more parent involvement? Because I know like the, you know, mandates that don't allow an adult with children unless the teacher is present.
So that definitely has come up, and one of those considerations, I think every time we're talking about the schedules, where does that fit in? Because we have such a robust and generous parent population that does support our schools, and we don't want to lose that. Right now, with the priority where we are is with the teachers coming back and getting their distance learning. So I see that as evolving, but not necessarily being the first piece of it, just because there are some of those unknowns, and under the guideline bringing in that, you know, an additional person into any kind of an in-person would of course be prohibited, but still allowing the teachers the time to get their schedule set up for the distance learning to see where those needs might be. Because I certainly see where there's some aspects that parent volunteers can still be used. It just may take us a little time to ease into that step of it.
Okay. And then my third question is about the technology for the teachers. Jeff, this one's for you. I know we approved the purchase of the new laptops like 2 months ago or a month ago. I can't remember when it was. Have those come in? Will those be here before school starts?
Yeah, they did get received, and they're going to be delivered Monday through Friday next week to all of our school sites.
Okay. And then some of the other, you know, technology, cameras, those kinds of things, is there, you know, have you looked into any of that kind of equipment?
We did. We spoke to 2 companies this past week. They're both web-based cameras. Part of what we needed to find out is, one, you know, with the new laptops, it's not as needed in some ways, though I understand what our teachers are talking about, and obviously to try and develop the strong, you know, practices in instructional technology does help with the lessons. We're supposed to be able to get them from the company this week so we can take a look at the specs on it and whether or not it would be a good solution for us. I will say that side of the tech is extremely expensive, so we're trying to find some middle ground solutions on those cameras right now.
Okay. All right, thanks. Those are mine.
Okay, so next I think is it Phyllis next?
I have no questions. Thanks, Lori.
Okay, great. And Jerry?
All right, yeah, thanks. I've got, I'll just pick up on one of mine was the one that Sylvia just asked. So I just wanted to make sure. So what are we giving the teachers for remote learning? We're providing a laptop. It comes with webcam, has microphones built in. Is that essentially the gist of what we're providing? I understand a lot of these other things are expensive. I'm just wondering what's the minimum or the basic setup we're providing for the teachers for distance learning?
But we've actually added headsets on. We haven't released that yet. It's coming in our tech update that's coming up here, but we are looking at headsets for our teacher just for a more comfortable experience. I think a lot of us here, it helps with it at times. And then we're allowing them to keep their old laptops minimally for 2 weeks just so we can get into the year. But if our teachers across the district would like a second device and they want to keep their laptop that they had this past year, they'll be able to do so. And then there is the ability to request for an iPad if they need it. But I think most teachers right now are leaning towards keeping the 2 laptops, at least what we've heard so far. But we have a survey going out for that.
Okay, great, thanks. Second question is, one of the speakers talked about other districts that have committed to sort of a district, semester-long distance learning. Do we have any information on that? I know it's a ever-changing sort of thing, but what do you know about neighboring districts that have committed to a semester-long distance learning?
Yeah, so at our weekly meeting this week, there are, I think many of the districts are in the same position as we are right now, where we're trying to make that decision within this week and next week. There is more indication that districts may want to stay this semester. Some of our high school districts definitely are looking more at this semester. So again, I think there's very mixed. There's still some that are looking at trying to do the in-person as soon as they're off the county list. Majority are following where we are, where we're looking at, let's do some distance learning to some extent of a time so we can establish that timeline. And typically a little later into the year.
All right, so it sounds like we're all on the racetrack right now. No one's across the finish line. Okay, thanks. And then there was a question, I think, that was, somebody Heller brought up about what is safe. And that's a question I've had also. And I understand I'm just wondering where we are with that. I understand that we're not at the final definition state, otherwise we'd be seeing it. But I'd like to understand a bit about where we are in terms of if we're buying equipment, we must have some idea what that is. Could you just give us an update on where we are in that definition of safety?
Yeah, and so a lot of that does have to do, when we're looking at our guidelines and, we refer to the red and the yellow and the green, a lot of those we had as a yellow or a red because we may have been ordering the equipment, but it hasn't arrived yet. So we are getting to an area where we're starting to be able to do those shifts. So we'll bring all of that back at the next board meeting. The safe part between that phase 1 and phase 2, one of the criteria now, at least we do have from the county, which I think was a huge burden off of all the districts to have the governor come out and give us. So that definitely will be one of our areas. And then we do have our site principals are returning this week. So we're talking about what they're doing on their sites to start working towards their guidelines. So we'll have an update by the next meeting definitely on how we're closer to what safe really means. We've also tried, the original list of guidelines was quite extensive. We've tried to narrow that down and put it into more of the buckets so that it does make sense and so that we can easily see, what are some of those big areas that we're still feeling like we're missing. I think every week we feel like we get closer on the guidelines and moving them more to the green, and then there's something that comes up that, kind of throws up a little bit of a bump for us. So we'll continue to work through those, but we'll continue to update. And next board meeting, we could bring back a clearer when we talk about phase 1 to phase 2, because I really do think that phase 2, we need to spend some more time talking about what does that really look like for that first experience of in-person, whether it's, individuals or smaller groups. So we could bring that back as well.
Okay, no, that'd be great. I think we're on the same page here, so I look forward to seeing that. I guess that would be the first day of school, right? August 13th. It looks like it's the next board meeting. So I think I'm good here, Lori. Thank you. I have my questions answered.
Okay. I just have a couple left. Actually, I'll pick up where Jerry just left off with the, criteria. I hesitate here because I do agree that the having the governor come out with the county watch list criteria, which does cover some of the decline in cases, decline in hospitalizations, availability of resources for ICUs and ERs, and some of those very large, very important buckets, there's every possibility, if I understand it right, correct me if I'm wrong, that if we came off of the watch list, which we're not off yet, the watch list still has us on for hospitalizations tonight, but if we did come off the watch list, that our county has not still set any local gating criterion by which they ensure that testing is freely and readily available, that results come in a timely fashion in order for us to be able to initiate, well, not us, for the county to be able to initiate contact tracing, nor have they put out any sort of statistics on what kind of response their contact tracers are able to provide. Is that, to your knowledge, still true? The county has not set any gating criteria around that?
They have not. I know they are indicating that they're working on it, but they have not provided any as of today, this one.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess this is where I go back to, I still am interested, and I don't know if it's next board meeting. I think what's most important to me is that before we're asking parents to make a decision on phasing versus staying 100% distance learning, which I know we're yet to discuss where that's going to fall, but wherever that point is, that we would be asking families to make a decision between phasing and distance learning. If our county has not set gating criteria by then that include testing and contact tracing, which is the only way that we could ensure, not ensure, but that have some sort of science-based, evidence-based security in knowing that we are in as safe a state as possible to try phasing. That if the county won't set that, I feel like we have to have a discussion about whether or not we're going to set that on our own. So I'll just throw that out there. My second question, so for Cooper-Doodle, the slide that was on Cooper-Doodle, I understand childcare is separate. I understand it's not included in the governor's county watch list mandate, and so therefore it is technically allowed. And so if I understood right, does that mean that it's both allowed and we are planning on starting on August 13th?
That is correct. So it is allowed, and it does, they have to meet as any other business. So we did have to submit a plan as to ensuring that we're meeting all the guidelines and requirements for it to operate. And the intent would be to start August 13th, although Leslie, am I incorrect that it's not starting the first day of school? Correct me if I'm wrong.
That is, it would start on August 13th. Yes, you're correct. That is the first day of school. And then we do have employees that have their children in our Cooper-Doodle program. And we will work with them if they need support in care on the teacher work days. We also do arrange for that. And you know, our goal is with our Cooper-Doodle program to also meet the needs of our teachers, who are our staff, actually, who are essential workers, and then our community at large.
And so were any of those criterion that we had to meet for that, Stacy, as an enterprise business, take into account the fact that, like, under our normal conditions, we would have other adults on campus, but under these conditions, we won't. So I'm quite sure we're totally compliant with all the staffing ratios, but are we relatively secure in our plan that if the staff who was on site with these little ones needed help, that it's readily available in there?
Yes, I would say that was one of the first things that they've looked at, is, you know, and part of that is that stable cohort and ensuring that we're not bringing others in. So our ratios are smaller than probably some of the other child care centers. So we were able to meet all of those guidelines.
Okay. And then I think I heard earlier, but I just want to make sure, our YCC, which is our district-based intervention preschool, is phasing because it is part of our instructional program, right?
Correct. So it will follow along with all the other students, whatever we decide.
Okay, so all of the services that our kiddos in YCC are receiving remote right now over the summer continue as distance learning starts?
Yes.
Okay. And then there were a couple comments that came up around, you know, the very legitimate concerns around our youngest students and the difficulties around distance learning or challenges around distance learning with those kiddos and in parent households that both parents are working. It came up a little bit today in the Santa Clara County School Boards Association meeting around pods, and I know the whole concept of pods is going out there. I didn't hear anything today that any other districts are working on helping families by organizing pods on school sites, but are you aware of any in your superintendent conversations? Are there public school districts that are assisting families who are looking for it in some way to find each other for some sort of podding?
In our county that are, but I believe there are some up in the San Francisco area, but I don't know enough to confirm that or not. But within our county, I'm not aware of any of the districts assisting.
There's not really a model out there for us to follow or look at. Okay.
I know it is growing. There is a lot more conversation about it in the area.
Right. I mean, it's totally outside of our realm of responsibility, but by the same token, I don't know if we hear of anything that might be a model that we could look into that might assist families that are looking to find connections for podding. I don't know what to do to help. I would love it if there was something we could that was practical, that was within our scope, but I'm not sure what's within our scope as far as podding, because it's really outside of the educational system, but something that would help with families that wanted to meet up and do outdoor learning. I don't know, like encouraging that outside of the school system, which we're already saying isn't safe, is probably really shades of gray anyway. But I would so love to be able to support those families, but I'm not sure how. So okay, that is my questions. Anybody else have any others that have popped up? Satish, I see you flagging.
Yeah, so I have only one question. So I know that we have been considering district as a whole all the time, means like elementary and middle together. So, I know that it's two different age group of kids, and we keep hearing that vulnerabilities are different in terms of the ages and things like that. So by any chance, are we considering some point of time, if there is a push from, from or a direction from the county or the state, that elementary versus middle kind of thing? Are we planning to have two different approaches for these two, or we will do as a whole?
So our intent or our desire would really to keep it consistent across the entire district. Where there is some variances, we know that as we move out of being on the county watch list and have the ability to move into in-person, or stay on the county watch list and move into in-person with the waiver, that is not even available for middle schools. It's only available for elementary schools to apply for that waiver. So that's one piece that we need to consider as well. I think where there will be some differences will be when we do move into the phase 2 and some of the hybrid and in-person. It may be easier to bring some of the younger children in just because of the smaller size of the groups. Is for the complexity of a middle school that is 6 different moving arms at one time is a little bit more complicated to work that through. So that's where I could see some of those differences in the different grade levels come to light. But again, I think we would want to work with our teachers on that and to design the campuses and see, again, which area can we safely bring people back in safely.
Okay. Yeah, specifically I'm talking about the phase 1 to phase 2 transition, right? Not necessarily that it has to happen together, or it can happen differently, kind of. That's what the phase shift.
I think, originally we during one of the phases of the guidelines that had been released was we were focusing more on the younger children and saying, our K1s and 2-3s, perhaps we could bring them back early. But I think as those guidelines have come up and there's still the concerns with, even though they're at a lower risk, there is still a risk with our children, is really looking across the board, what would be the intent of bringing them back in person? What are we hoping to be able to provide them as a learning experience? Because then that can define which students and which groups come back, instead of, specifically saying an age we're bringing them back. It's really reevaluating that purpose. What is the intent of bringing them back for the hour or two? Is it to give them an opportunity under some of that social emotional experience? Is it, some of the elective experiences? So we really need to look at the purpose of bringing them back onto the site, and then that could also lead then to the who is coming back onto the site as far as the grade levels.
Yeah, just in terms of only the effectiveness of distance learning for the smaller kids versus a little bit older kids. Definitely for smaller kids, there is a more challenge. Of course, like a parent involvement will be higher when you compare to a middle schooler, right? So uh, if there is an option, probably preference should be given for the elementary school kids to be back sooner, if there's an option, right? Like when you compare to middle school, that's also okay.
Thank you.
That's all, Laurie, I have.
Okay.
Can I
So, yep,
just
go ahead, Jerry.
one more? Sorry, Laurie. I think this is left over from last time. So this is regarding the professional development for teachers to prepare them for distance learning. I think, could I get an update on where we are on that? I know there was a cohort that's supposed to end July 31st, and so I'd like to hear how that's going and what are the next steps in terms of disseminating the training for the rest of the staff, teaching staff.
I'm going to ask Allison to address this one since she's been working daily with them.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, we're actually having the celebration with that group tomorrow, and so I'm planning to be able to share the information with you, hopefully in the Friday update, so you can take a look at some of the things that they have been doing and their recommendations for how we should be sharing it going forward. Our next step will be to make sure that our principals have a chance to hear what has been worked on when we have our principals advance next week. The teams have been very, very productive and very enthusiastic. These are elementary teams creating things like recommended pacing guides, looking at essential standards, mapping it out with resources and tools and recommendations for their grade level across the district, as well as ways to make the information accessible to kids who need more support. They've done really, really strong work. They've also been making recordings of the mini lessons to be sure that we're having that available for teachers across the district. We focused on getting it going for the videos for the first few weeks of school so that we could support our teachers in transitioning into the school year. And we'll keep you updated. I'll share the slide decks in the weekend update so you can take a peek at what this actually looks like.
All right, thank you. That's terrific. Thank you, Allison. Thanks, Laurie. That's my only question here.
All right, so Stacy, I'm going to recap where I think we're at, and you tell me if I'm on here. So part of what you needed tonight from us was a discussion around direction for essentially what's on slide 4, right? The option 1, 2, 3 for the length of time for distance.
Correct. That will allow us to continue our planning and further delve into distance learning and to get that communication out to our staff that are returning back here within 2 weeks.
Okay. It seems to me that probably the first thing to do is to take a pass through and sort of see where everybody's at on this, and then we can discuss from there. So is that okay with everybody? All right. Sylvia, I hate to put you on the spot. If you don't want to go first, you don't have to, but do you want to kick us off here?
I mean, I think given the logistics, Stacy's saying, if that October 16th date were to be the date, then parents would have to make a decision now. In that framework, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't think we have enough information. As a parent, I wouldn't feel safe or comfortable with the data that we have right now to make that decision. So in my mind, that one just doesn't seem feasible or practical. Between the other two, I think the practical side of me, the cautious and practical side of me wants to lean towards the option 1. But I'm also, would it be open to listening to other folks, advocating for option 2 too. So I think I'm kind of in between the two. I really want to give teachers the opportunity to have that stability. And I think that's really important. So I think that's the value behind that decision for me. But I think between the November 13th date and the January 8th date, it's really a difference of about maybe 5 weeks if we don't include 2 weeks, or 4 weeks if we don't include winter break and Thanksgiving break. And so, you know, what can be accomplished in those 3 weeks is the question I would have for our discussion.
Okay, great, thank you. So Satish, where are you at?
Okay, I think pretty much I think what Sylvia said, right? Like I think October is definitely, I think it'll be hard for us to even look into even. This is just a very, very close to what we are. And again, the question is between option 1 and option 2 then, right? Between November and January. So I think November could be an ideal one, my thing. I know that it could be a stretch. Okay, so like any other schedules, we say a stretch and a commit kind of thing. I would, being an engineer, I would go in that path probably. We should look into, rather than blindly going for a specific date towards far, we should assess it. So it's like, you know, November time frame, we should look into and assess it, you know, keep assessing. This was advisory committee I was asking also some time back, and to see that whether we are ready or not, right? Again, like if we are not ready, definitely we can move after that. But kind of November is a decent time from now to November. And of course, you know, distance learning has to be more robust, right? Like I know that we have been trying hard, but probably we have to make sure that we have a clear process around that distance learning. People are aware of what we are going to teach and things, so that much more, you know, transparent in terms of like everyone understand that what can be expected, what can be achieved with the distance learning. So definitely the you know, priorities for the safety and making the robust distance learning. And then by like kind of November, we should target and see that whether it's doable or not, right? If not, yeah, we'll have to go for the next. But probably, you know, moving 6 months from now is kind of a little bit far probably. But if that's the case, yes. But I still want to try that, whether November, whether we can achieve or not.
Okay, thanks Satish. Phyllis, where are you at?
I'm in January. I have said from the very beginning when we first started talking about this that I think we should stretch out this distance learning as long as we can, for a couple of reasons. One, I think it's fair to the teachers for them to get up and running with distance learning and be able to have some stability in how long they're going to have it. Given the way the watch lists for our county and in fact all over the state are jumping back and forth, I worry if we go with October or November that we're going to be in a situation where we're hopping between phases and jumping back into distance learning, and I don't think that's healthy. So I would opt for January. Thank you.
Thanks, Phyllis. Jerry?
All right, thanks. This is a pretty complex one. I thought earlier this year or last year when we were talking about some of the curriculum stuff was a little bit tough. But let me unpack a lot of what I've heard, what I felt, what I'm feeling right now. I feel like if we could go forward to the future, you know, and look back from January, when we knew what all the numbers are going to be between now and December, then that would be a very easy decision to make, right? But the truth is we don't know what that is. And so what happens is we're going to have to take our best guess here. And what I'm hearing, I think, you know, we've all gotten letters and, you know, the last 3 meetings, hundreds of people showing up. And I think there's validity in what everybody's saying. Certainly, there's a lot of safety concerns, which I completely agree with. I have a daughter that goes to probably our school with the worst facilities, or at least the middle school with the worst facilities, and I certainly want her to be safe. And at the same time, I do feel for folks that talk about, you know, I got an email today from a friend who said, well, I'm going to just send my kid to private school because, you know, I can't deal with this. And I feel bad for the people who can't afford that. And so we're all sort of torn here. And I think I also resonate with some of the speakers talking about it's very different for an 8th grader than a kindergartner or 1st grader, and sort of the ability to thrive under distance learning. And so, but then we have to make a decision, and here we are. And I think where I am, my sort of guiding principles, and I want to share that because I think that to explain why, I'll advocate what I advocate for. One is, one of the lessons I took away from working with Craig these last 2 years is about choice. He talks, I think when we've had some difficult choices, he's been able to help us figure out a way to provide choices for parents. That's something that I feel like has served us well. Certainly, sometimes it's either that or that. You have to do something. But I think about, for instance, some of the human growth stuff that we went through last year. Well, we heard a lot of passionate speakers who were convinced that they were right, and I believe for their circumstances that is true. But I think it's we all have different environments, and I do firmly believe that wanting to offer choice. And the other, where I'm coming from is, and I think this is implicit in our thinking, so I'll just make it explicit here for now, is really thinking about what is best for the children, right, for the students. And again, it's not a monolithic block. Everyone's got different circumstances. And so I think those are kind of the two things I'm weighing. And so I like to throw something out here. I understand that we want to make progress because I don't want to be circling here on this. And I understand Stacy and her staff really, working with us. And I think they put this question before us of these are the 3 options and the dates and all that. And so I think first I would just say, for me to really answer that, I really like to know what safe is. Because if you look at slide 4, the way it's posed is when do we go back once it's safe? But if I don't, because the question I asked Jeff earlier, and I appreciate it, I'm like, Jeff is like radar from MASH. You just ask him and stuff comes out and he gets it done. But I think doing our best for me is different than having a safe environment, right? So the best we can do is open the door and let air circulate. For me, that's frankly not good enough because I've been in those rooms. It's really hot. Never mind all this COVID thing. So where I'm coming from, and so I understand that here we have this decision options 1, 2, and 3. And I just want to throw something out here, which is because I see we're all getting emails. There are people that are here. There are people that are here. And I'd like to sort of decouple, kind of get down, double click on this. So why are people advocating for one or the other? And I think there's issues around safety. There's issues around effective learning. There's issues around social emotional development, family circumstances, et cetera, et cetera. So rather than slicing it by date and picking, say, because I think where I am is I can imagine an 8th grader learning English or math really well with distance learning. I don't think you really need to be back in the classroom, right? But I do feel that for the younger children, it might be different. And I think no matter how good the distance learning is, there's an element of that people call it social emotional, because I've heard from parents that are pleading that their kids are just getting all whatever, right? Because they haven't seen their friends and all that. And so I wonder if it's possible where we do something where we bring the kids. I think, Stacy, you started to allude to this earlier in one of your answers to our questions. Is it possible to not necessarily cut things up by date, but kind of say, well, we'll do distance learning, but we'll bring them back to campus once a week or whatever for some kind of I don't know if it's PE or something where they can be together with their cohorts, right? So that we get them back, but in a way, not necessarily to do learning, but just so that we can fulfill some of those social emotional needs of being with your friends and all that, particularly for the lower grades. So I want to throw that out there to sort of think. I think if I had to pick something right now, what I'm hearing is we want the consistency, we want, the sort of predictability, we want to give the teachers time to prepare. But I do feel sort of, I don't know, I understand we want to kind of boil things down to a single variable and then we can kind of tweak where are we on the knob and we all vote and we take an average. But I do want to kind of maybe for us to think about, can we, for certain things, we do distance learning, for other things, try to bring them back onto campus so they can see their friends and I don't know, just talk 6 feet apart or whatever it is. Stacey, you had sort of alluded to a bit of that, I thought, in your answer. So I just kind of want to maybe mention that and kind of get your comments on how viable you think something like that might be.
Well, I think that certainly has to be a consideration if we do say that the January or even the November is kind of our target where we know we're going to stay into distance learning, because things are going to evolve over the next couple of months. And I think as we get stronger and we settle into our distance learning, we're going to identify these areas. And again, I agree. I think some of those core academic areas are much easier provided distance learning than some of those that are just valuable to be in person. And I think we're all going to start identifying that there's these particular areas that we could bring them back. So I think we need to keep that door open. So I'm hesitant to say we're phase 1 through January 8th. We're in distance learning, which falls under our phase 1. But under that, we're going to continue to look at that phase 2. What does that mean? When can we get some in-person opportunities? And maybe it's not that A-B model. Maybe it is a 1 day a week that we're bringing somebody back in for some club experience. You know, maybe that's, yeah. So I certainly think that that's where our next step is once we determine where we are with distance learning. That really is that next discussion. What does that look like?
What I'm hearing, and I do fully believe and support our teachers, that they're putting time into getting distance learning right. I see that we're providing better IT infrastructure. There are requirements and all of that going in. So I believe firmly that they can learn well with distance learning. But the part I think you're not going to get is that kids hanging that interaction, right? And I just feel bad. I understand where my colleagues are. I actually want the predictability, and to me, it's not so much of this whether should it be in or out, but like how can they really learn? I do believe they can learn with the right pedagogy and the right technologies from home. But then there's a part of me that feels like saying, gosh, I'm going to keep this first grader home for the next, I don't know, 6 months, not seeing their friends. There's something about that I feel like we could do better in that area. So that's where I am right now is maybe some modification of what we're talking about here. Is there something we can do to bring them back on campus to get more of that human or child-to-child, student-to-student interaction? Okay. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Okay. So I'll go. I fully, appreciate and have heard a lot of things that resonate with me from my colleagues. I do try to kind of explain my thinking because I think that's what I owe everybody in this role. And I think in weighing all of these options, what it keeps coming back to me for is sort of that while I'm deeply empathetic to the hope for a more normal experience for our kids, I almost feel like that hope is getting in the way right now of making a decision and giving people something to plan around. And I think we hear that in many different ways from many different voices. I think we hear it from parents who, while not happy about distance learning, because I think everybody can admit, and I think it's okay to say, distance learning is not ideal. And I think we can just acknowledge that straight out and say it may not be ideal, but we can make it work. We can make it work well. But the things that we need to do in order to help families also make it work well is to provide some stability, some structure, and make a decision. Families that do have working parents need to be able to plan work schedules, and families that have childcare issues need to be able to figure out if they're going to pod, if they're going to share care, if they're going to, change up parent work schedules or whatever it is that they're going to do. And while I too want to hope that there would be a time where something would change with the county watch list, I think, like I said earlier, we've heard from the state public health department, we've heard from our own public health department that they're expecting we're going to bounce on and off that watch list continuously. The state hasn't updated the county watch list, the hospitalizations data, which is what's landed us on this week on the watch list for, I want to say it's since like the 23rd. So, maybe in the next 24 hours we will bounce off. I don't know. But the fact that the people in the know are telling us to anticipate that we're going to keep bouncing, means to me that even if we did say that we were going to make a decision based on hope and pick something earlier, like an October or even a November date, the odds of us actually hitting that are probably somewhat low. And even if we did, and we scrambled to try and I shouldn't say scrambled, because I don't think we would scramble. I think we would do it with intention and with fidelity and as well thought out and planned out as we could. But even still, that with cold and flu season coming, with experts predicting a second wave, that's still going to be disrupting the path we were on to move into phases, and then potentially disrupting right back into distance learning. And I don't see how that is a better choice for kids than just making a decision, even one that's not ideal, is where I'm at. And so I think for all of those reasons, while it doesn't make me happy, it does make me feel like we're at least giving families and parents something to plan around. My preference would be to go through January to pick the semester. I would like us to do a little bit of thinking about the reasons that we might go that extra week right after break with middle schoolers versus the natural break of the holiday break for the elementary school kids. So January 8th, I don't know if that makes sense for both groups, but I'm open to either. If there's good reasons to just make everybody be the same, then I'm happy to hear those at the time. The one caveat that I do want to put on all of this is that while I think for most students, everything I just said holds, I do think that we know we've got some special populations. We know we've got some individual students with very different needs. And I don't want to close the door on waivers, on the idea of a waiver, if it really became clear that that's what we needed to do for a very specific reason for a special population. Obviously I'd need more information, and I'd also want to understand a whole lot more about the process and what the county was ensuring us that they could deliver for us to consider it. But I don't want to shut the door on a waiver by saying that I'm in favor of going all the way to the semester. Last, I just want to acknowledge that I know that, if no matter where we land, this is hard. And it's scary, and it's true for everybody. It's true for parents, it's true for staff. And, I think we all share the frustration that we're here and yet making the best decisions that we can with the information we have. So that would be my comments. And I think if I kind of count the round robin, I think I heard Sylvia say semester. I heard Satish say not October, but semester versus trimester. Did you have a strong opinion one way or the other?
I think Lori, definitely I will go with you all, but at the same time I put my thought right. Like I was thinking like why I said trimester is definitely now we heard staff, we heard parents, we all have our own assessment and everything. I know there are challenges in both, and we are not even sure like after semester whether we'll be better, right? That's another thing also. So it's not like there is a hard date anywhere, like even January 8th is going to be we are better, or are we going to extend towards after that? So all those problems are there anyway. So we are talking about 6 months from today, what's going to happen. But I know at the same time staff need, or the teachers need to plan, parents need to plan, and we need to have a kind of a guideline. That's what I thought that November is an ideal one, which I thought, okay, it's not necessarily that's the right thing. But I don't think either January is going to be a hard date for me, so because I'll be comfortable. So that's why my thought came for November, because it's like 3 months from now we can assess, or 4 months from now we can assess where we are, and then we can make a decision. Probably another 6 more months, we don't know by then, right? So that's why I put my thought around November. But I know, again, if the team feels or everybody feels that January is the right thing, I don't have a problem in going with that. But definitely, I'm not for looking for an immediate thing like an October. But November and January is not a big difference in terms of number of weeks, especially considering the holidays. What we have about 3 weeks between Thanksgiving and Christmas break. So I'm okay. Actually, students are not going to lose a lot of things because just 3 weeks of academics only, they have a difference actually if you take it between that. So November and January in a bigger scheme, it is not a big thing. I was just thinking that, to make some decision early rather than we are sticking to something a longer duration decision. That's it. Okay.
Okay. And okay, so I'm semester. Sylvia, I believe I heard you say semester. Phyllis, I believe I heard you say semester. Satish, trimesters preferred, but could go with semester. Jerry understands reasons for all three. Is more invested in understanding when it's safe, but also wants to not shut the door all the way. But I don't want to speak for you, so by all means, clarify.
Oh, sure. No, it's fine because I didn't pick one of the three options on the Scantron here. I think for me, well, one or two isn't a big deal because I think you're the one, or one of you said it's like 4 weeks before Christmas. It's going to be, we're getting into flu season. I think that to me is not the high order bit. The high order bit for me actually is what I talked about earlier. Is there some way that we can, rather than looking at it as everybody in, everybody out, some way of bringing some of the students back for some of the social emotional type things, just so they're back having some interaction with the cohorts. Because I feel like I trust our teachers to deliver quality education through distance learning. But there's that social emotional interaction part that I like to be able to plug. So that's really it. Yeah. Does that help, Lori? I think you have a.
Stacey, if we gave direction for the semester, but we also said that the board was interested through, all the work with staff, including negotiations, that if there was some brainstorming of ideas that might allow for something like that, we certainly would like to hear it. But that we're not contingent on that.
Sure. No, it's certainly not contingent because there's a lot of uncertainty out there. And I fully appreciate folks. I mean, we ourselves, we haven't gone anywhere since February. I feel like the world comes and goes and different people appear in Zoom, but that's pretty much my life now. So I certainly appreciate people who show you my boxes of masks and all my hand sanitizer. So I totally get that. I think for me, it's just, is there some way to bring them back in a safe way so they can interact, not to learn, because I think the traditional classroom learning, even if we're to bring them back, isn't going to be what it was a year ago. And so we really should look at what's best for learning. And so, yeah. Anyway, so I think you summarized it well. It's certainly not contingent, but it's just a strong wish. I think that is the right thing. For myself, my opinion is that's the right thing to do for the kids, to give them some way to interact with the other kids.
And I think based on, it sounds like the board is leaning towards that semester. What we could bring back is continue to work on refining what that phase 2 looks like to capture some of the conversation that we've had tonight, and continue to work on that, because really that phase 2 is that safe phase. So we can configure what does safe look like and what are some of those possibilities, and reconfigure phase 2. We already had a phase 2 and added a phase 2A and a phase 2B. So maybe we need a phase 2A, a phase 2B, 2C. So we can play around a little bit with that to bring back more information to keep that door open, but with the understanding that staff would likely be there till semester.
I watched.
Yeah, I have something to add, ask here, Laurie. Is it okay? I ask?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's fine. So as a board or as leaders here, so what is that? Are we going to assess periodically what's going to happen, and are we going to change something in between if there is a difference? Let's say everybody is going, or others are, or county is giving a different direction, or we are hypothetically we are in a much better shape than what we were anticipating, or right? Like let's say everything is going good sometime in October, sometime in November. Are we still going to stick to the semester thing, or we have an ability to bring it back?
Well, I mean, I think
our phase 2 bringing it.
Stacey, do you want me to let you field that one? Sorry, I shouldn't.
Well, I think by asking for that commitment to the semester, that really does devote the teacher's energy and that stability. That is what we're presenting. That's our instructional model, is distance learning. If we're able to identify some of those individuals or small groups or opportunities to bring back students prior to January 8th, we could look at doing that. But students are receiving their instruction through distance learning. I think that's our foundation, is they're receiving their instruction through distance learning. That is going to be our foundation through the entire semester. As things evolve, we would begin to look at, are there some opportunities to bring back in person, but not necessarily under the model that we had originally presented as this A-B model. I think that's a phase 2C. I think there's a new phase 2A that we need to explore as far as some different opportunities for students to bring back. And that would be contingent on SAFE and what's happening with our guidelines. You know, and I shared this with other groups I was meeting with last week. It's challenging, I think, for anyone, especially our teaching staff, when we started talking about hybrid teaching, and we hadn't even done the distance learning in the fall yet. So I think to give them that ability to absorb and process and to take a deep breath and say, I'm ready to start the school year in distance learning, they're going to settle into distance learning. And then we're going to be able to have some very robust, in-depth conversations with them, because as great as it's been during the summer and we've been able to bring groups in, we haven't been able to reach our entire teaching staff to get feedback from as much as we would like. Well, once they're back onto staff and on sites, those are going to be ongoing conversations. And I really do think there's some creative ideas out there as to how we can bring some of these smaller groups back, or give some of these interaction, some of those socio-emotional learning opportunities for students. I am a true believer in that. I just don't think we're at the point to say what those are right now.
All right, so if we get consensus around giving direction that our instructional model, maybe that's the term that I should be using, would be distance learning through January, knowing that once things are settled in, there's more exploration that could be done around some of those other things you just talked about. Is everybody comfortable with that? Can I get a thumbs up if you're comfortable with that?
I think just to Satish's point about, like, I mean, even if we are kind of setting a particular date from a planning point of view, like, let's say hypothetically a vaccine comes out tomorrow, right? Like, I mean, if what we're doing here, we're not necessarily, it's not like we couldn't come back to it and revisit it, right? Like, it's not like we're saying we've made a decision and this is how we're gonna, I mean, things are constantly changing too, right? So I guess from I think from a planning point of view, like, yes, coming up with a date and so that everybody can plan, but also having some level of margin or flexibility so that should things drastically change, we have that ability to adapt.
I'm concerned about that, because I think our families and our staff needs to have some understanding about what we're doing. So a vaccine comes out tomorrow. Is everybody going to take it? Are parents still going to feel comfortable bringing their kids back? Is it going to be effective? And there are all kinds of questions, I think. And I think to say, okay, we're going to set a January date, but we're going to waffle on it if things change, I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, I would just weigh in here. I think that's the whole point of making a commitment, because, yeah, there are these black swan events that could happen, but I think the most likely thing, I think you know what I heard from Jeff today really sort of, you know, impacted me in that was very frank in saying I'm doing the best I can. This is how it's going to be. And I'll just, be a little blunt here, Stacy. The fact that we've talked about safety for 3 meetings and you guys are still working on it tells me it's not a trivial thing. If it were, you would have told us that a month ago, but we're still working on it. So that really makes me, I know you guys are doing the best we can, but we have districts that get like $6,000, $7,000 more per child than we do. right? Can we really, with our limited resources, be able to provide a safe environment? And I think, I feel like, CC, you're sort of caught between us asking for it, the community asking for it, and you being the responsible adult in the room and saying, how much money do we, what can we really do, right? We can't get rid of all these portables, et cetera, et cetera. And so for me, like I said, I'm comfortable with personally just committing to that. I think we will hear more about it. I like to, in the future meetings, talk. I think all of us got a note from some parent. We've been getting letters from parents on sort of best practices of distance learning. And I'm hoping that in one of these future board meetings, we can kind of go through that. Because I think if we actually implement a lot of those practices, our students can learn, other than hanging out with other kids, which is why I gave this a little diatribe about wanting to do that. So I'm willing to bet that a vaccine won't come out tomorrow. And but I completely understand your point, Sylvia. It's kind of like saying no, closing off a door is sort of a, limit. People never like to restrict choices, but I think in this case, if the whole argument is to provide predictability and we leave ourselves escape hatches, then it defeats the whole purpose. We wouldn't be any closer 2 weeks from now. Anyway, my 2 cents, but I totally know where you are. I kind of feel that.
Said much more nicely than I did. Thank you for being.
Well, I said it much longer than you did too, so I tend to blab, and I know that. So I'll shut off my microphone now.
What I was going to say was, yes, technically, 3 of you could pull rank on me and get it on the agenda, but that said, I think I fall where Phyllis, very succinctly fell, which is, I think from the standpoint of giving everybody a decisive answer, even though it's not an easy answer and it's not a pleasant answer, is in the long run, what's in the best interest of our kids and our families. Doing the best we can with what we have and choosing between, I keep going back to, this is all about compromises and choosing between least bad options. And I think to put a stake in the ground on a compromise that's our least bad option and gives us the best chance for stability and for continuity of learning for as many kids as possible, is the win that's here for us. And then we work on it from there to make it as best we can and as robust as we can and as socially and emotionally literate as we can, and all of those other things. It's just my 2 cents.
And if we could have the students see their teachers before they see Santa Claus, that would be so great.
So are we voting on this, or are we just providing direction?
It's actually just action. So if you could choose to take a vote to say we're going to remain in distance learning to January 8th, but you're not obligated to. What you were really asking is for you to give me the approval to continue our distance learning plans, present those, continue the options of the home study and the 100% distance learning. So it's more of just, are you okay? Are you all in agreement that we stay with the January 8th as our time frame?
Yeah, I prefer not to have a vote on this because this is not like, I think the same reason which I said, right? Again, I don't want to go back and repeat the same thing, but I think you got the direction. I think I thought everybody's kind of talking the same thing in different ways of it. So I think we support the distance learning, no doubt in that. As long as, the very important thing is that we have to make it as robust as possible, right? Like as close as what we can get it in person. I know that definitely there's a difference, but as close as that. So we should definitely be, trying towards that. I know we have great teachers and great infrastructure, everything. And with their help and the modeling, I'm very sure like we can do much, we will do, not we can, we will do it than what we were doing, because March to or April to June was different, but now we have more planning, we can do it. And I think that's what everybody's looking, whether from the community or from the parents' perspective and everything. People know that there is an issue. We cannot start in person so soon, but how best you can, do it by doing, the remote education, right? How best we can, or the quality of things. I think that should be the emphasis more than the date. My view. I think date may change again, November to January or beyond January also. We don't know how the situation is going to be. But I think we have to have a strong foundation where we are going to build the quality of education around that. And I know that we have the right leadership on that and we will do it, but I think that should be the emphasis. So I don't think a voting really makes any special things, but we got the direction, we should go with that.
Well, I mean, I'll agree and I'll disagree. I mean, number one, we already per our contract have given Stacy the authority to conduct the educational program of this district. And so, you know, while we can all give direction, and I'd still like to get a thumbs up from everybody, so I'll do another round before I do that, because I do think that's the right thing to do. I guess I personally would prefer to take action, you know, if we're there for consensus, but if that's really not where the rest of you want to go, then I would say that I do think we need to make sure that everybody, you know, that we, for the record, kind of give our thumbs up or thumbs down so that we know we've given direction and there's a clear majority for Stacy to continue, you know, with the authority that she already has to implement the distance learning through a specific date.
I guess I'm the C lawyer here. I don't really care one way or the other than if we are going to take action, then I'd like to have the actual motion that I don't want a sort of a generic motion, oh, we pick option one kind of thing, because we've talked about, Lori, you talked about potential waivers for certain groups. I have a very, very strong desire to see students back on campus, not to sit in a classroom, but to interact. And so there are these clauses then. If we're going to do an action, then I'm good with it. I just like to spend some time in crafting the language. So yeah, because there's a formality to it if we're going to take a vote. I'm okay either way.
Anybody else?
I'm actually okay either way also, but just to piggyback on what Jerry said, I think it's pretty complex to put it into a motion, all the things we've talked about, even though I think it's, at least it's clear to me what we've said in terms of January and with opportunities to bring kids back if they come earlier and all that. But I think to craft language would take us the rest of the night.
Okay.
So I'm comfortable with consensus.
Okay.
Yeah. But is there, you know, I think with the direction, whatever we are given, is there something which is missing? Stacy's, you know, point. Like, are you still waiting for something, or are you not getting what exactly you're looking for?
No, you don't have to take action on this because, again, we already have the authority to. You vested that in myself to make the decision. I think just having the having all of you agreeance on the direction is really important. And so if that's done through a thumbs up, that's great. Just, you know, knowing that we're all moving in the same direction, I think is really important to maintain that stability out there.
Makes sense, yeah.
So let me just add another rider clause. Now I know why Congress never gets anything done. Just one more is, I think this sort of, you know, having distance learning till January also gives us time. And I think one of the speakers talked about that. Buying time, and so I would like to see continued progress in making the campus safe, defining what safe is, et cetera, et cetera. But I think taking action, you know, I do wonder if we need to maybe ask the community for support and all that. I don't know, but it's not something. I guess where I'm coming around to is I don't feel comfortable that we can make the campus safe in a month. To Lori's point earlier, we might want to do testing where there may be contact tracing. There's a lot of details there. Last week, we heard a lot of the CSCA members coming in talking to us about, you know, what are they supposed to do when the campus opens and all that. So all that's going to take time. So we just ask to let's not drop that thread. This is an action. It's, to Lori's point, it's not optimal. It's certainly not something I want. I want things to be back to normal, but I can't. So I think for me, in my mind, it's really buying time so we can get things right. Because the last thing I want, oh heaven forbid, is somebody on our campus, on one of our campuses, to get sick because we didn't do all that we could. So just I'll add that on to bring them back to have a party and keep it safe, Stacy.
All right, so I'm hearing direction is preferred, and I'm fine with that. Can we do one more round of, is everybody okay? Thumbs up if you are okay with giving Stacy direction that she is going to implement our instructional program to be in distance learning through the January date, which I guess aligns with option 1. And knowing that there's still more discussions to be had, but the core of our instructional program will be set for distance learning through January. All right, there we go. 5 thumbs up. Anything else?
I couldn't see Phyllis's face, so I didn't get to see her thumb.
2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up.
All right. Okay. So anything else on this item before I move us along? And
no, thank you. We'll continue to bring updates.
Yeah, I know this isn't an easy one, and thank you everybody for your thoughts and your compromises, because that's what it's going to take to get us through this school year. All right. So moving us on. Let's see, where are we? 14, board and superintendent activity. Anybody have anything they want to report?
I don't have anything to report, but I have a question or a request. Somehow I've lost track of the dates for the town hall meetings. I think there's something on special ed coming up and whatever you're doing, Stacy, and can somebody kind of send that out to us again?
Yes, we'll get those
I think
back
I
out.
should have it somewhere, but I don't. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd second that, and I'd like the staff and student one, please.
Will do.
Thank you. Anybody else? I think the only thing I have to update you guys on is Santa Clara County School Boards Association today did put out in our lunch bunch meeting today, there is a shared Google document that's been created where any districts that want to participate can kind of drop in where they are in their whole decision-making process, what they're considering. So I know a lot of us are in contact with different members on different boards and are hearing different parts of and pieces of different ones, but you should all have access to that. Bonnie sent it out, I believe, to everybody on email today. So just to draw your attention to that email, because it is an interesting one, just to sort of stay current on how fast things are changing for everybody. And I believe that is it for me. Anybody else? Okay. Let's see. And then agenda setting. Anybody have anything for agenda setting? I do have just one quick question for Jeff. I have been hearing that the state may be pushing their decisions around. Originally, we had been hearing that August, the state might be revisiting their budget, and that would have impacts for us you know, adopted and earlier on in the school year. Now we're hearing December, which may or may not line up with first interim. Do you think when we get our August presentation, that are you hearing that we'll have any indication of locked in dates around the deferrals, or knowing whether or not we're dealing with more than just the loss of the COLA this year?
No, I haven't heard anything. I did hear that there's supposed to be something coming up here in September, that we're supposed to get a better update on that. What I can do is any update that I can get, I can put it in the weeklies to the board and try and share that with you guys through that means. But there's a lot that's still to be determined.
Okay, so that's helpful. So I guess my only agenda request would be that anything that comes out, after we do that August presentation, the Friday memo would be a great place for that. So that would be super helpful. Thank you.
And if I may, anything that comes out after automatically will be in first interim or in second interim. So any adjustments made, they'll be in both those places.
Thank you. All right, anybody else for agenda setting? Okay, so I don't believe we have anything further for closed session tonight, so we're ready to adjourn, right, Stacy? Okay. So with that, we will go ahead and adjourn this meeting tonight. And thank you all for your participation and your input, and to all of our staff for the immense amount of work going into all of this. So good night to everybody, and meeting adjourned.